Okay, I believe we are live back here for day 2 in sunny Tashkent. We have an absolute cracker of a day today lined up for you. We have the remaining 12 fixtures for our round robin style tournament, followed by the finals this afternoon. Starting off with a belter of a game as well. We have Uzbekistan versus Sri Lanka. The undefeated Sri Lankan men's squad up against the home team of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan going 2-1 yesterday. 2 wins against Pakistan and Kyrgyzstan, with a loss in their opening match against India. Sri Lanka with a perfect record against Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia and Pakistan, I believe. I am correct. So, exciting day ahead, a lot to play for, both in the men's and the women's. Settle down, hopefully you enjoy today's stream. Watch some great rugby here from Tashkent. Brought to you thanks to our sponsors from the University of World Economy and Diplomacy in Tashkent, where on Friday afternoon memorandum of understanding was signed between 12 nations from Central and South Asia to develop rugby across the multi-regional new organisation that is Casa Rugby. Also thanks to our other sponsors, Cordon, our sportswear sponsor, our match sponsor, Avid Sports, and of course the Uzbek Ministry of Sport, the Uzbek Ministry of Defence for hosting us here at the sports complex of the Ministry of Defence, and the Uzbek Commodity Exchange, and TBC Bank, don't forget them. The players from Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka are in our little tunnel of sorts, about to come out from the far side of the pitch from where I'm sat. It's about 25, 26 degrees here in Tashkent, but it is going to get awfully hot today, another 10 degrees or so. We'll be kicking off in 1 or 2 minutes. Players will be running onto the pitch very shortly. And here they come. Sri Lanka undefeated yesterday, 3 for 3. Uzbekistan, if they want to keep their hopes of a final alive, are going to have to get a win here, and to be honest, quite a upset for the home team to upseat a team like Sri Lanka, both defeated in their men's and women's yesterday. Sri Lanka will be kicking off by the looks of it to a receiving Uzbek side. Uzbekistan lost their first game against India. However, I think in their latter 2 games they played some really sharp, crisp rugby, the type of rugby that could cause Sri Lanka some problems. Sri Lanka were pretty immaculate from end to end, from side to side. But who knows what we're going to see here. We've got one of the most exciting games. We have players on screen. And we have Shinath getting us underway. Tackle in the air perhaps. Ball scrambled back to Uzbek hands. They control, perhaps held up. Referee calls offside. Quick tap and go from Uzbekistan. They take it right to them over the halfway line. Ball's gone backwards. Over the 10-metre line, I should say. Good footwork in the centre, requiring 2 to bring him down. They sling left. Good handoff. Good contest over the ball. Clean again from Uzbekistan. They're getting some phases together here. Big sit down in the centre of the park. Dust flying. Bums on the ground. Oh, bit of a loose one. First mistake from Uzbekistan might be a sore one. Solid recycle from Sri Lanka. Now they get to play with ball in hand. They come to my near side. They pop inside well, but Uzbekistan scramble well. Bit off his feet there. I think that's cynical. He's going to get a yellow. He'll be off for 2 minutes. Sri Lanka now with the man advantage. A couple minutes into this first opening game today. Sri Lanka take their time, nothing too fast. They have numbers on the left if they can get there. Uzbekistan scramble well. Sri Lanka have to recycle once more, bring it back to the centre. 2 versus 2 on the near side. A switch is coming. They have to switch in defence too. I think he's got him on the edge. Does he have him in the corner? He does. That's number 8, Gayan Pereira, to open the scoring here on our final Sunday of fixtures. The favourites, Sri Lanka, ahead by 5 with a tough conversion to come. Conversion missed by Surya Bandara. Comes back to the centre of the park to take his side's restart. Good try from Sri Lanka, taking advantage of the sin bin. But it's only a 5-point lead. Uzbekistan started off with some really nice play, gaining ground gradually, but couldn't quite unlock the defence. Good feet again in the centre of the park. Number 6, he's playing very well so far. That's Ulim. Very fast, evasive player. Uzbekistan avoid the big contact well. They look to recycle too. Ooh, taking a bit more direct contact compared to earlier. Takes down the blind side. Does well to stay in the pitch. Bit of a tip tackle, not called. Running around the referee in the middle. Alim again. Ducking and diving. Ball's gone back. That's a clean steal. Well wrapped up on the ground. Oh, lovely. Good step on the edge, and he's under the post. That's Surya Bandara once more. Lovely little hitch kick in the centre to upset his defender and just leave him for dead. Again, all the ball has been in Uzbek hands. It's just been a quick bit of turnover. That was an interception there that almost instantly became a Sri Lankan try. Today we'll have 12 group fixtures, including this fixture. That will be followed by 5th, 6th playoffs, 3rd, 4th playoffs, and of course our gold medal matches, our finals. Surya Bandara restarts. Good flick back from Uzbekistan, but he's under a bit of pressure there. He has to try and kick pass to his teammate. They've just about gathered in their own 22. And not releasing, or I'm not sure what the call was. Not releasing in defence, I think. Referee's going to have a word. Yellow, in fact. He's not going to have a word. He's going to show him a card and tell him 2 minutes. I think Uzbekistan must be back to 7 players now, and they've broken away instantly. Does he have the legs to get to the corner? Not quite. Brought down to the Sri Lankan 22. Have to resist a double counter ruck. Hands are on ball and not releasing from the Uzbek. That was a breakaway from... There is no number 14 on my team sheet. Oh, there is. Ruslan Ibragimov. Broke away there, but didn't quite have the legs. But another turnover in the centre for Uzbekistan. And a bit of a loose offload. But they've regathered and they bring it centrally. Alim again missing tacklers. Bit of a... perhaps a forward pass there, but Uzbekistan have taken it into this corner. And they've taken it under the posts to bring this to what should be a 5-point game. The referee might have called a forward pass though. I think he has, and I think I agree. That pass along the 22, I believe, was forward. I don't think this one's going to count. I think Sri Lanka are going to have their clean sheet intact. Scrum down, people seem a bit lost, but that is the call. That pass there was forward. No try for Umar Usmanov. He thought he'd done it. He thought he'd brought his team back into the game, but the referee has... I think the touch judge really brought that one back. Scrum down, Sri Lanka on their own 22. Scrum folds, referee calls penalty in Sri Lanka's favour. They tap and go, but they bit out the park and call this first half to an end. 12-0 opening up our second day here in Tashkent. The home team, Uzbekistan, down by 12 to the favourites, Sri Lanka. Two tries from Sri Lanka, the first from Gayan Pereira, the second from Shina Surya Bandara. Again, most of the ball being played in Uzbek hands, but when they did have it, the Sri Lankans managed to capitalise. A little interception for that second try you're seeing on your screen right now. A brief spell of ball in hand leading to a Uzbek sin bin, and subsequent Sri Lankan try opened the scoring. Number 10, Sinat Mukhmetdinov from Uzbekistan will get us underway. He had an excellent kicking game yesterday, putting every team under pressure from the restart. Let's see if he can do it again, challenge this strong Sri Lankan side. Looking good once more, just over the 10-metre line. Sri Lanka, though, are well prepared and they have a lift just exactly where it's going to drop. Sri Lanka play a deep pass to give themselves time into their own 22. They're happy to dance around a little bit, get a feel for this Uzbek defence. Bit of a loose pass, but they'll take that skip into the hands of the winger. And a nice little pop inside, Fiji style. Do well to recycle. They now got it into the Uzbek half. Flat passes now, a lot more speed on them, and a lot more speed in the running too. That's Pereira again down the edge, and I think he's going in for a brace. He is. Another try in the corner for Pereira. He opened the scoring in the first half. He's opened the scoring in the second. Gayan Pereira already getting his tally up today. Tough kick here to add the extra 2 once more, but this game is starting to get away from Uzbekistan. Coming up next, we've got India-Pakistan, followed by Kyrgyzstan-Mongolia in the men's game. It's a good-looking kick. I think it's a bit right. The ref's not putting his flag up. I think it almost went over the post. Then we'll get into our women's fixtures today. There'll be 2 fixtures apiece for the men and women, followed by, as I say, our placing rounds. So 5th, 6th, 3rd, 4th, and of course gold medal final match. Kick-off or restart from Sri Lanka. Batted back. Should be a knock-on advantage, I think. The referee says play on. Sokolov drives through the heart of the defence. Uzbekistan do well to take it into the Uzbek half here. They start to play wide. They've got numbers on the left, but they choose not to use it. Right back into contact. A bit high from Sri Lanka. Again, no call. Uzbek brought to the ground, tries to fight back onto his feet. Referee says you are held, my friend. Penalty to Sri Lanka. They try to go quick. Ref says not from the spot. Try again. Strong running from Mohamedinov, the excellent kicker, but just tried a little too hard on the deck. Sri Lanka bursting down the left wing, and they're in again in the corner to make it 22-0. That is a brace for Surya Bandara. 2 tries for himself, 2 tries for Pereira, 4 tries for Sri Lanka. Against one of the other strongest teams here in Uzbekistan. However, this afternoon, or in the next round of fixtures at least, Sri Lanka will be playing the only other undefeated squad in India. That is, if India in the next match can keep a perfect record. It's a good looking kick. Has he made that? No, just a bit right again. That is if India can keep their perfect record against Pakistan, coming up in about 5 minutes. Surya Bandara comes off. Couple of tries, couple of kicks. Good performance. Get some fresh legs on for him. He sat just in front of me off your screen, getting a bit of attention from the medical staff. Hopefully nothing too serious, and we'll see him again in, of course, the next important match against India. Sokolov picks it up off of his shoelaces very nicely. Plays a bit of a rash out the door back offload, but plays off. Central contact from Uzbekistan. Not rolling from Sri Lanka gives Uzbekistan the quick tap and go, and they go. A bit isolated. Ref calls not releasing from the defence. Another penalty about halfway into the Sri Lankan half for Uzbekistan. Can they get a bit of a consolation try here? I think they're going to go for the corner by the looks of it. Or is it a scrum down? It's a scrum down. I think they elected a scrum. I'm sure it was a penalty advantage. Uzbekistan setting themselves up for a set piece here. I saw some excellent set pieces from them and planned plays yesterday. Probably more so than Sri Lanka played. Sri Lanka just like to keep ball retention, nothing too fancy. I think we could be seeing something. We're seeing a little blindside sneak from the scrum half, but he quickly gives up those ideas. However, driving into the centre is number 1, Nuri Layev. He's just under the posts. He's got another penalty for the team on the 5 metre line. Sokolov takes it quick. He passes left. There's numbers on the left, but they're in. Uzbekistan have their first try of the day, assisted by Sokolov, scored by Nuri Layev. Uzbekistan have 7 points of their own. They'll be looking for one more. It's still a 3-score game. I think time's gone for that. There is time for another try. That's for sure. Restart from number 3. Nurilayev. Pardon me, I think the try score was number 1. Umar Usmanov. Strong running from Sri Lanka down the left wing, just about retained. Uzbekistan offside. They were committing an awful lot to the ruck as well. A lot are out of position. Ref doesn't call not back 10, but doesn't matter. Sri Lanka have yet another down the side. That is number 10, Ramitha Hamisha. He scored quite a few yesterday, and he gets another one on day 2. Ramitha Himasha, I should say. Conversion from number 7, Shuranga Tenakun, is good, and ref calls full time. Score says 29-5 on your screen. I think it was 29-7 to give Uzbekistan their credit. Don't think Sokolov missed that gimme conversion. I have a good player from yesterday, Janidu Dilshans, kind of limping in front of me. Strong runner who helped in that final try at the very end, but I think he's struggling. Medical team just slowly walking him across the park. Again, hopefully like some of the others, they're good to go for this big crunch match against India at approximately 12:20 Tashkent time. Solid performance, no surprises from Sri Lanka. Uzbekistan will be disappointed that they couldn't cause an upset on home turf. To confirm, it was 29-7 to give Uzbekistan their extra 2 points. They almost had it at the end of that first half. They thought they'd scored, the referee thought they'd scored until the touch judge brought it back for a forward pass. That would have made it 12-7 and would have blown that game right open. However, that called the game there. That was half time, and Sri Lanka came back going the other way with fire, and they scored very quickly. Sri Lanka have one more game before their most likely final. That is against India, as I say, at 12:20. Uzbekistan have one more game. That is against Mongolia at around 11:30. The time now being about 9:20. So, Sri Lanka have another 3 hours to rest up, relax, think about what went well, what didn't go so well. Perhaps start thinking about that final. It'll be around 4 p.m. or so. Uzbekistan will be disappointed. Their chances of reaching a home final probably slipping away. The women, however, still have a chance. Uzbekistan women did lose to their northern neighbours Kazakhstan, and they still have the formidable Sri Lanka to play. So we have India-Pakistan coming up. India with a perfect record yesterday, having beat the home team Uzbekistan 24-12. They beat Kyrgyzstan comfortably with a nice clean sheet 31-0, and they got the best of Mongolia in a surprisingly close game, 26-14. Pakistan, however, had a rough day. They won their opening game against Kyrgyzstan quite comfortably, 54-5. Then, however, things took a turn. They got comfortably beat 26-5 by Uzbekistan, and a not so flattering 41-0 score against the favourites Sri Lanka. So, an undefeated team, a team 1-2, 1 wins, 2 losses. We have 2 local assistant referees, Pavel and Vladimir. Our head referee is Kelum. Kalum, our Sri Lankan referee, to watch over this game between India and Pakistan. India will be getting us underway with the kickoff here, looking to keep their record nice and squeaky clean. Sri Lanka, Pakistan, I'm sure will be right up for this game. Don't have much to lose, to be honest. They can play aggressive, they can play fast. They did play rather direct yesterday. Good restart and a great retake in the air there from India. Instantly got the ball into the Pakistan half. A bit loose in the passes though. Akash Balmiki with a wonderful restart to get us underway here. India recycle well. They don't want to look for that contact. They want to find that space. They bring it from right to left. And it's a bit loose. They've dropped it unnecessarily in their own half, giving a big Pakistan front three an opportunity to scrum down here. Pakistan number 4, Mohsin Raza, to put the ball in. Again, choosing to put it in from the right. Interesting. Scrum down just inside the opposition 10. Clean ball comes. Raza loops around and finds a gap. He might be going to the corner if he's got the legs. He finds the offload to his edge. There's another pass there, and Bangash, the speedster number 7, is caught well. Ref says he's out before the offload inside. That'll be an India line out on their own 5-meter liner. So great little set piece play off of the scrum from Pakistan, almost breaking the line entirely. An Indian down injured there, pulling himself off the edge of the pitch. Can't quite see the number from here. Trainer's coming. He is off the pitch, but referee's still having mercy. Let be attended to, requiring a substitute. Time is off to attend to this injury. I think India have been reinforced in the back line. Good clean line out. They play the ball in their own line. They play the ball very close to the sticks. They're happy to run this out. Risky, loose ball. We have a speedster who might get away here all the way. He chooses not to. He chooses to recycle. He takes in 3 Pakistani defenders. India go blind, and that is number 11 burning down the wind, Kishore Maji. He scored a couple yesterday at least. He's got a 1v1. He's dragged down well inside the Pakistan 22. India are there to support, however. Pakistan are slow to get back. It's a 3-on-2 on the right side. A nice miss pass. And that puts number 8, Sumit Kumar Roy, into the corner to open the scores. Great counter-attack from end to end from India, only taking a couple of phases. Lovely miss pass to put Kumar Roy in the corner. Great pass from number 17, Devendra Padir, getting a great assist to start the day here. Kick no good, remains 5-0. It's a fair bit windier than yesterday, which is a relief with how hot it can be. Akash Balmiki with the ball in hand. Excellent kickoff at the start of the game. He'll be hoping for a similar restart now. Bit lower Couple knock-ons, I think. Ref says first knock-on off Pakistan. That'll do. In Balmiki's book, I think he'll take a scrum. Scrum down in Pakistan's half, almost on the 10-metre line. India ball. Kishore Maji doesn't get the ball to come back. It's an interesting scrum. India were pushing, but the ball came out the Pakistani side. And the referee from Sri Lanka calls for a re-scrum. Kishore Maji, scrum half here, he initiated that end-to-end attack that resulted in a Kumar Roy try. Strong push from both sides. Ball's out. Balmiki with ball. Kumar, no, not Kumar Roy, sorry. That is Kishore Maji. It's wrapped up in the centre of the park. Good contest. Steal from Pakistan. Ooh, bit loose, advantage, knock on. Bangash takes it in and slices through a couple of defenders. It presents nicely and cleanly for Raza. Raza chooses contact, he's a bit isolated, he does well to somehow stay on his feet. They have the numbers on the edge, but they choose to miss pass and spoil it. Squandered opportunity there from Pakistan, but they still have ball in hand. Again, they take direct contact. They retain the ball just on the edge of the Indian 5. They now bring it back to the 22. Raza with a nice couple steps, and he's under the post to take a lead here for Pakistan. This will be quite a shocking result if it were to remain like this. But I think we're going to see plenty more tries in this game. A couple minutes left in the first half here. Mohsin Raza with the opportunity to take the lead here. He passes the ball over to number 6. Khan adds the 2 and Pakistan take the lead. Nice footwork in the centre of the park, leaving Indians behind him, and a try is his. Double step. One leaving Rajbar there in the yellow scrum cap, another leaving Kumar Roy, the try scorer, left for dead. Restart underway here, I can't quite see what's going on. India returning it. India going, nice little dummy, takes it inside the fullback Raza, the try scorer. He's getting, oh, it was a bit of a high contact on the head there. Referee says play advantage. India have numbers on the left, they choose to go right. Ooh, looked like a bit of a trip. Ref's going to come back for that kind of grab on the head, and it'll be a yellow card for the Pakistan number 1. Mudassar. Mudassar will see the end of his first half. India will see the corner and take this lead once more. That is number 18, Dagar, Hitesh Dagar, opening his scoring, and I don't quite remember him from yesterday, so perhaps opening his scoring for the weekend in this opening Sunday match for India. 10 points to 7, tough kick here for whoever it may be. Balmiki, I would assume. Don't think it's got the legs on it. It doesn't quite. It's a close game here. Second game of the morning, 10 points to 7 in India's favour. India, after starting this tournament well with a win, a comfortable win and a sharp looking win against Uzbekistan, they did win the next two games, but not so convincingly against much weaker sides in Kyrgyzstan, and then quite the close game against Mongolia. Two sides that teams like Sri Lanka and Uzbekistan have been putting away with ease. Lovely opening try for Kumar Roy. Excellent choice for the miss pass to put him into the corner. Pakistan will get us underway for the second half. They will have only 6 players to begin after Mohammed Mudassar got a yellow card for a bit of a grab on a scrum cap in a scrambling defensive move. He'll probably be off for another minute or so before we see it back at 7 apiece. India in a receiving position, with Raza getting us underway with a deep central drop kick. India, of course, choosing to play ball in hand. Nice hands to bring it out to the edge. Try scorer Dagar brings it back inside. Late passing contact, goes a bit loose, well played off the ground. India now streaking down the right hand side. They've got some numbers, they choose to recycle back inside. The depth and realignment from India has been very good so far, and it's giving them the opportunity for tries in the corner for Dagar once more. He's doubled his tally in this game, and he's extending this lead, making it a 2-score game. One more and we would probably assume that this game is getting away, or has gotten away, from Pakistan. Difficult kick here for Kishore Maji. Decent attempt, just a little left. Couple of substitutions here. Restart from India. Contested well, tap back. Should be an India ball, it is. They bring it back into their own half. Loose passing, Dagar scoops it up, brings it back to the centre. Finds a bit of space, draws in a couple of players, but then a loose, rash pass brings them back into their own 40. Cheeky bit of feet from the yellow scrum cap. Rajbar found himself isolated. Bangash contests, nothing coming of it. India again playing it with in their own half, and again loose passing. Ball's hitting the deck a lot for India right now, but it's seeming to work. They've brought it into the opposition 40. Interesting little kick pass there. Perhaps he felt his arms were wrapped up, just dropped it onto the boot and played it across backwards. I want him to do that again. Not sure what his coach is going to say about that. Paid off. It's one of those ones, if it doesn't go well, seen it in the bad books. That looks a bit forward to me. I think the ref's going to bring that one back. He is. Pakistan player on the ground here, number 5, David Munda. Pardon me, that's the Indian 5. We're looking at Sadiq. Sadiq is back on his feet and back into the back line. He's okay. Scrum down, Pakistan ball after a forward pass on the breakaway from India. Pakistan here need a try to keep this game alive. Loose. Offload just about works. Oh, he's tripped himself up. But he's still broken the tackle. Bit of a fight over the ball. It's going to come for number 3, Sajjad. Sajjad slings it away. Pakistan with a little dummy in the centre, and he's going, not quite got the legs to get past Singh. Bangash takes it quick, a bit loose. He's recovered it though, and a couple steps past 2 defenders. On the edge, he might have a 2-on-1. He chooses to go himself. He eats up the spaces on his own, and he's bundled into touch. I think that could have been a good opportunity for a 2-on-1 there to put his teammate in the corner, but he wanted to beat the whole Indian squad himself. And as a result, India have the ball in their own 22 now. Nice little switch from India. Dagar breaks one, can't break the second. He's being wrestled down by 3 Pakistani players, but he's ripped prior to the drop. And 2 is scurrying into the corner. That's Shahzad. He's in touch, I think. So, yeah, he is. Touch judge calls. He's in touch. And that could have been a game changer, but I think the clock is now too far gone for Pakistan. If they scored that, they would have had the opportunity to take one more crack at it and get ahead, but it remains a 2-score game. 8 points here in Tashkent, and India are edging towards this victory. If they can secure the ball off this line out on their own 5-metre line, play with no mistakes, they should be able to run down this clock and secure a 4th win and keep a perfect record. Slow throw-in coming. It's a bit loose. Pakistan have picked that up. If they can get this ball over the line quick enough, they might still have a shot here. Bangash in the centre, again not looking for passes. He's looking for glory, and he's found it. He's got the try. It's going to make it 15-12. Good individual work. They're going to need to speed it up here, though. I don't know how much time is on this clock. 11 for Pakistan is screaming at them to get back. That's Takir Ali. He's screaming at them to get into their own half, pushing them to get into their own half. They need to hurry up here. The kick doesn't really matter. The kick doesn't really matter. Brings it into 1 point. Unless they were going to go for a drop kick tie, but that's boring. I'm going to go for the win. Bangash never once looked to his right, never once looked for the pass. He was looking at that try line, and he just got there. They need to get this restart. High and central. Got by India, and India just instantly returned, and he might go all the way. It's number 15, Rajbar. He's a speedster, and he's done it. He's secured this win And perfect records for India straight off the restart. Heartbreaking for Pakistan, wanting to cause quite the upset. A kick here will again make it a two-score game and end Pakistan's hopes. Although I have a suspicion the full-time whistle will be going after this conversion attempt. Pakistan brought themselves to the edge of glory, but allowed, to be honest, too easy of a try there. Kick no good. It's a 6-point lead, but referee calls full time, and India are 4-0. Pakistan, however, after 4 games, remain only with 1 win to speak of. Up next, we have Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia. 2 teams fighting to not come last. Kyrgyzstan had a pretty tough day at the office, losing to Sri Lanka by 49 points in their opening game, losing to Uzbekistan by 47 points in their second, and losing to India by 31 in their second and losing to Uzbekistan by 47. Only 1 try to their name, 5 points to speak of going into their 4th game here against Mongolia. Mongolia lost against Pakistan, they lost against Sri Lanka, and they lost against India. First game today of losing teams without wins. Players will be out in a couple of minutes. I'll leave you for a second. I'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. Here come Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan for their opening Sunday fixture. Both teams with losing records, 0 wins, 3 losses from yesterday's games. This is really their crunch match. We've opened today's men's with, in my opinion, the perfect setup of games. Uzbekistan versus Sri Lanka, 2 of the title challengers. India and Pakistan. putting everything aside for a cracking game of rugby that went all the way to the death. And here we have two less experienced teams. Let's be honest, less skillful teams. But that doesn't mean they don't have heart. They'll of course do everything in their power to get that first win. Kyrgyzstan having few wins to their name in their history. They beat Palestine back at the end of last year in the UAE. Mongolia, I'll be honest and say I don't know a great deal about. They do like to play it straight though. Not too much recycling of the ball. They don't mind taking contact, just as you saw there. It was an awfully high contact. Referee doesn't say anything about it. It's kind of chest to chest. Kyrgyzstan playing a little bit differently here with a kick and chase. I think the referee's calling an offside. Offside from Kyrgyzstan from the kick. That's not 10. He's going to see a yellow there. Referee plays advantage and Mongolia waltz over the line. Poor start from Kyrgyzstan, giving away a silly try, or a silly penalty, I should say, that gave Mongolia an easy chance at a try. Conversion good by Enkbat. Sorry, missed a little bit of play there. Kyrgyzstan taking it out of their own 22, 7 points to 0. Got a bit of a hold up here. I think we're going to look at a maul. Rips comes. Mongolia have it in the opposition 22. Bit of a loose pass there. Bit of a... Ooh. Whoa! Bit of an acrobatic offload. And a poor tackle attempt. Let's number 11, Maidar Balgan, scurry into the corner and make it 12 points to 0. Kyrgyzstan got to be disappointed with his start. Didn't really seem ready for what was about to happen. Kick attempt from Enkbat. Solid contact, but not quite. Just under, I think. Remains 12-0 here. Interesting tackle and offload there. Tackle not really using his arms. Tackler not really using his arms, but well done by Altan Jorgal to get that ball away. Just there, fading from your screen. Decent restart, not taken cleanly by Kyrgyzstan, recycled by Mongolia to the right wing. Good contact in the middle, good offload off the deck. Bit high and scrappy from Kyrgyzstan in the contact zone. Bit offside, I think, too. Referee doesn't call it. Offloads consistently coming. I think the referee's calling that one forward. Scrum down Kyrgyzstan around 10 meters from their own try line. Aziz Kochman Betov with the put in here, up against a big Mongolian front three. Tall and long-haired Batsukh there at Loosehead on the right of your screen. Driving powerfully right through the middle. That is a brutal try to concede there. Mongolia completely overpowering. I haven't seen a scrum like that all weekend. Number 10 dots it down, Suvd Erdin, That was brutal. I have not seen a shove like that in a 7th scrum in quite a long time. And extra points are no good. Score is 17-0. That Kyrgyz scrum got absolutely blown up. Are we going to see a replay of that? Wow, look at this. Ball's just scrambling away. Kuchman Betov can't get a hold of it. He's lost. He's pushed down by his own scrum. Mongolia have got to be happy with that. Kuchman Betov can't even get his own ball. Tries to save it, just kick it out into touch, but he's overpowered by the Mongolian front three. As a rugby purist, that's got to be one of my favourite tries all weekend. Ooh, scrappy again on the restart from Kyrgyzstan. Ball's loose and it's a knock-on given. Mongolia thought they were in for their 4th try of the day already. Number 5, Bat Dorj, denied his own. Again, another scrum. Kyrgyzstan are going to have to hold firmer than the last time if they want to retain this ball. They do not. That ball, cheeky little grubber by the prop. And it's kicked out the back by Kotliarov. Taking no chances. Scrum down Mongolia on the Kyrgyz 5-metre line. The last few scrums have been Kyrgyz, but dominated by Mongolia. I expect the same coming here. Mongolia not choosing to push too far. They'd rather have clean ball to give to their backs. They give it. Lovely little loop around. Oh, and he's dropped a golden opportunity to open his try account. He was denied. He's got a smile on his face, but he was denied a try previously by a slight knock-on, and there, that is quite an obvious knock-on from himself. Lovely set piece from Mongolia. Just the final bit of hands letting them down. But again, they've got an opposition scrum on the Kyrgyz 5-metre line. Mongolia are going to shove here a lot more than they do on their own scrums. They do not want to have such nice and clean and easy ball for Kuchman Betov, and he's not going to have it. And again, the tries coming from the scrum. Not your classic game of 7s here. Mongolia choosing power. Shuvd Erdin gets a couple tries to his name at least today, and a nice little formality in that extra points makes it 24-0. Kyrgyzstan have let this wooden spoon match get away from them. Although they will most likely have redemption, a shot at redemption this afternoon against Mongolia once more. But if this is anything to go by, there's still quite a dearth in quality here. Or perhaps just in strength. The Mongolians here overpowering the Kyrgyz at every opportunity. Weak tackling at times. Kotliarov there just putting out an arm. The scrums, as I say, have been a crucial turning point in this game. Wonderful offload there, and some poor army tackling from Kyrgyzstan. Never getting low, never chopping. Kyrgyzstan's Kochman Betov, I think, is going to get us back underway here. Kyrgyzstan looking to get a try to their name and double their scores for not just this game but the whole weekend. They've only got 5 points so far. Mongolia faking the switches, playing out their own 22. Solid tackle there, finally, from Kyrgyzstan. It's been very army previously. There's some better shots from Kyrgyzstan, almost taking the Mongolians into touch. They bring it back across the pitch quite laterally. Switches coming, options coming, central running. Whoa, powerful Bosch by number 9. Is he going to go all the way? Does he have the legs and the speed? Dragged down by 18. Ball's not coming. He's not releasing on the ground. Referee's not calling it. He is now. Tap and go by Suvderdin. He's looking for at least a hat trick here, and he's got it. That was some great running by Altan Jargal. Kyrgyz just falling and flying off of him. Extra 6 points coming from Enkbat, and he's got them 29-0. Mongolians most likely going to put on a bigger score than the likes of India on Kyrgyzstan. Mongolia will be ending their round robin tournament against the hosts Uzbekistan, whilst Kyrgyzstan will have a shot at Pakistan. Solid restart, but nobody wants it. Bounces out for a line out. Ref is calling free kick or penalty, I'm not sure. Either way, it's going to be a tap and go in the centre for Kochman Betov. He takes in a little grubber through, a chip kick through even, and he might get here. He's been chased by Suvderdin. Suvderdin has done an excellent job to get there, but it's a knock on the try line by Mongolia. Scrum down centrally on the 5 metre line. Great kick and chase by Kochman Betov. No try to speak of, but they do have the ball on the opposition 5 metre line. Kochman Betov with a push in. Can they secure their own scrum? It's been a weak scrum so far, and it looks like it's about to go flying back, and it does. The legs are just straight. There's no bend to it. There's a bit of a charge down. Referee's called offside. There shouldn't be an offside if it's a tipped kick, I don't believe. But play on. Kyrgyzstan's tap and go. Erlan Tamash. Sorry, I forgot your name, mate. Tashmamatov. Erlan Tashmamatov is close to the try line. Not quite getting there all the way. He's recycled out left, and he's got it now again. He bounces to the edge, and he's got it. Come on. Kyrgyzstan get their weekend sky. Some boys are celebrating around me. Get their weekend try count doubled. Erlan Tashmamatov. Oh, your name. Tashmamatov. Erlan Tashmamatov with the try. Strong run, strong thin against a tough Mongolian defence. Tashmamatov has got himself 5 points. Kick is low and wide, and it is 29-5. Deserved try for Kyrgyzstan. Here you have Tashmamatov. Strong fend, leaving the Mongolians in his wake. Can they get another one? Good restart deep into the Mongolian half. Now they try a bit of boot to ball. Kotliarov misses the cleanup, leaves Suvderdin to offload it back in. Again, Kyrgyz tackling a bit too weak, a bit too easy. And that is Balgan streaking in for yet another Mongolian try. do now have a lovely kick. There we go. 31-point lead for Mongolia here, just as India had over Kyrgyzstan. India, an undefeated team. Mongolia only just finding their first of the weekend. We do now have a clock on the screen, although it may not be perfect at times. Try and keep you up to date as best I can with that. Ball doesn't quite go 10. It bounces first, or it did go 10. Just nobody wanted it once more. Kyrgyz ball with a minute and a half left to play here in our final men's fixture of the morning, before we see some of the women's game. This will be followed by the hosts, Uzbekistan, up against Sri Lanka. Tasty one once more. Fumbling, but well stolen line out by Mongolia. They spin it out right. Nice switch options available to the Mongolians at all times. They're playing less direct. Referee saw a knock on the ground, I think. Moving towards our last play of the game. Scrum down Kyrgyzstan. Adil Chinibekov with the put in. Or not, he's been hooked. And can't quite see the substitutions from where I am. Oh, Kochman Betov has returned. Kyrgyz scrum has got a hold up. It does not once more. It's easy turnover for Mongolia. Just standing still. Teasing. The Kyrgyz, whoa, big shot, no arms. And if we had review, I think somebody would be having a look at that, but the Mongolians don't care. They're going to walk it in anyway. That's Batsukh. He's looking for the extra points. They're playing a bit of I don't know. A little bit cheeky at the end there by the Mongolians to see out this game. The try scorer escaped me in the end there. Selfless from Batsukh, or not sure. The 2 points don't make a great deal of difference. Solid performance from Mongolia. They played a lot more flowing rugby than they previously did yesterday. Seemed they wanted to avoid contacts more than the last outing, or last outings. Playing a lot more technical switches and recycling the ball well. Kyrgyzstan may well just be happy enough to have a score on the board, not another donut, as they got twice yesterday. That concludes our first round, or really fourth round of men's fixtures, leaving us with one more to come, with a lovely looking India versus Sri Lanka. Two teams with four wins, no losses this afternoon, or around lunchtime anyway, followed by our finals and our placing matches. But first, we've got plenty to play for. Women's coming up. We have Uzbekistan versus Sri Lanka, India, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. Uzbekistan looking to fight for that title spot. However, they're coming up against the stiffest of opposition, the undefeated Sri Lankans. The likes of Idusha Pereira from yesterday, scoring far too many tries for me to keep track of. The whole squad was, really. Uzbekistan have their own stars. Naurizbayeva put in a good performance, scoring an opening hat-trick in their upset win against India. We saw other fantastic tries from the likes of Orazmetova scoring a 90-meter try against Kazakhstan in their back and forth match that ultimately Kazakhstan pipped at the very, very end in a 17-12 win. To review, Sri Lanka had a good day at the office yesterday. They beat Kazakhstan in the opening game. However, from what I remember, Kazakhstan were playing with the ball a lot more, perhaps the better rugby playing team. Sri Lanka just got 2 breakaway tries, the length of the field, converting 1 and making it a 12-5 game. Kazakhstan would love a second shot at the Sri Lankan women's squad. I have a suspicion we might see that in the final. Uzbekistan coming up here against Sri Lanka. They got the best of India in their own upset, 22-7. Then comfortably putting aside Mongolia, 45-0. And just being pipped, as I said, by Kazakhstan. Sri Lanka put quite a number on Kyrgyzstan, 77-0. Followed by another clean sheet, 41-0 against, pardon me, that's the men's. Another clean sheet, 34-0 against Mongolia. So far, Sri Lanka have only conceded 1 try. 1 try in their first 3 games. Can the home team of Uzbekistan double that or make it even worse? You shall see shortly. We're about to get underway here in a very exciting women's matchup. Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka. Uzbekistan with one loss, Sri Lanka with none. Both teams looking to be in this afternoon's final. Both teams with some outstanding players. Here they come. Temperature's rising, it's breaking 30 degrees here this morning in Tashkent. They both take their huddles in their respective ways for this big crunch match. If Uzbekistan lose this, and you can pretty much say goodbye to their title or final hopes. If Uzbekistan win this, the women's game is a real three-horse race going down to the wire. Kazakhstan lost to Sri Lanka but beat Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan are going to really strive for home glory. The wind's picking up here in Tashkent. Number 4, Rasanjali, gets us underway with a deep and awkward, pardon me, deep and awkward restart, bringing Uzbekistan onto their own 10-meter line or so. Not that there is a line, but about 10 meters out. Solid defense, good steal attempt. She's not rolled away. Uzbekistan tap and go in their own 5, or in their own 22, I should say. Quick hands to the edge, wrapped up a little bit high, not coming. Good counter ruck, but off her feet, straight off her feet from Pereira, the prolific try scorer from yesterday. Here we have Naurisbaeva, strong carrier, opened up this tournament with a hat-trick against India. That's a soft knock-on to give away. Referee calls it almost instantly. He's scrummed down around the halfway line. Sri Lanka ball. Sri Lanka's first opportunity to have a bit of ball in hand. First they've got to go up against a pretty stiff Uzbek scrum. Both low, both ready for a big shove here. Ended. Nothing early. Ref says play on. Ref says advantage, offside. Pereira, here she is. She gives it to her partner and she looks around in support. She goes to the edge and lovely inside. Great pick up from Pereira, but she's bundled into touch or not quite. Referee's not calling it. I don't see it either. Play on. I think the penalty advantage is gone. They made a bit of ground there. Isolated tackle here. Oh, she managed to spin out of it. She might have the legs as well on the edge. That's Rajabova. No, it's not, sorry. That's Wijith Ilaka. Rajabova is the Uzbekistan number 1. You can see it just to the left of the referee right now. Wijith Ilaka dragged into touch. Uzbeks already knackered by the looks of it. The thrower for this line out taking a minute. She's up. She's ready. Got a lot to do here. Wrap around and get this off the top if it's a clean one. It's a bit loose, a bit scrappy. Ball comes down for Sri Lanka at the edge. It looks like a clean steal. Referee says knock on. Sri Lanka scrum. Well gathered at the base of the line out by Krishna Kumari, but Uzbek knock on from the line out causes this scrum. Rasanjali, the kicker, with the put in. The ball comes straight back out the channel. We're going to have a reset. Perhaps an early hook, but referee just calls reset. Offside from Uzbekistan, penalty coming. Sri Lanka look to play quickly. Good pass pre-contact. Good tackle though in defence. Again offside. I think the referee is going to have a word, maybe have a card. Nice work from Pereira to wrap around, but her partner, oh, she's gone for a bit of an extra move, double movement. Uzbekistan ball on their own 5 metre line. They tap it, not from the spot. Referee asks them to play again. Lots of tired legs already, only about halfway into this first half. Uzbekistan playing it from their own 5 metre line. Bit loose in the passing, bit risky. They're flirting with being dragged over their own line. They've still got it just about. Post either side of them, charge down kick, and it's taken by number 3. She scored the try. That's Kanchana to open the scoring for Sri Lanka. A bit of a hurried box kick, a rare occurrence in sevens, I should say. Referee's having a word with the touch judge. He might reassess what happened. No, try confirmed. Clean charge down from Sri Lanka. A bit of a hurried box kick. Leaves the ball just waiting there for Kanchana to pounce upon in the try area. Should be a nice easy chip over for Lianage to make it 7-0. It is. Disappointing from Uzbekistan. But this game has plenty to play. Risky work, playing it very centrally on their own try line, pretty much. They get a bit hurried, a bit worried, and they like it. Sorry, I just dropped my piece of paper. "7-0. Rasanjali to get us back underway. Deep kick again over the shoulders of the Uzbeks, again pinning them in their own 22. They are not looking to contest these restarts, they're looking for territory. They trust their defence, and as they should. They've only conceded 5 points in their first 3 games, this women's Sri Lankan side. Referee considered stopping play for a little bump with himself, but he thinks otherwise, lets the Uzbeks play out of their own 22. Forces the offload, it's well taken after a little juggle. Uzbekistan assess, they go short side for a 2-on-1. They've got the numbers on the inside. Good chop tackle. But Uzbekistan with the advantage and bringing it up to the halfway line. Ball in hand. Uzbekistan pinning their ears back, cuts back inside well. Nauriz Baeva, prolific try scorer, going up against Idusha Pereira now again in defence, fighting with number 9, Urazmatova. Nuraz Baeza at the base of the ruck. They have it pretty much on the Sri Lankan 5 metre line. Good offload, they should be in here. It's a wonderful hello. She flirted with danger there, but Uzbekistan get in. It's number 1, Shado Rajabova. Uzbekistan go from try line to try line with a chance to tie this game up with a semi-difficult conversion here. That will be half-time after this conversion attempt. Powerful looking kick. It is a good kick as well. She's tied it up 7 apiece. Sri Lanka, having only conceded 5 points in their first 3 games, coming into this fixture against the home side, Uzbekistan, are going into the break 7 apiece, 7-7. Great work from number 12 there, Nargiza Jumabayeva, pre-contact. Great bit of offload, great bit of support. Another pass by Jumabayeva, sending Rajabova in. She almost got in a bit of trouble. She twisted and turned out the tackle and got her team 5 points. Well converted to tie this game up. Plenty of support here from the local civil service soldiers here at the sports complex of the Ministry of Defence in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Civil servants, volunteer students, soldiers here to support and assist the setup and organisation of this great tournament as it goes into its second day. Uzbekistan are going to get us restarted here. Great showcase of the women's game here in Asia. Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka. Next try here is going to be crucial as we get back underway. Number 7, Ainura Abzieva, gets us kicked off. It's loose and bobbling into the Sri Lankan 22. It's a loose and errant pass, but just about taken by Pereira. She cleans it up, but my word, that was a rash, pretty bad pass by Sri Lanka, almost giving Uzbekistan a walk-in try. Sri Lanka not stirred by it at all. They are, in fact, returning it the length of the pitch. Number 11 streaking away, Dilrukshi, and they have. After a bit of a wobbly start, they have gone the length of the pitch and they have themselves a try. 12 points to 5. Exactly how Sri Lanka would have wanted to start this second half. Dilrukshi looks... she looks finished. As she should. She's just gone 90 metres to put her team into the lead. She might have to take a minute here. I think she is. Rasanjali will try for the extra 2. It's a powerful kick, a low one, and it's just left, leaving us at 12 points to 7. A wobbly start from Sri Lanka, but they managed to clean up and take it the length of the pitch. Uzbekistan hoping to get this ball under control, get one back of their own. Deep kick going into the Uzbek end zone. If it goes all the way, I don't know the rules. They just pick it up and play it though. There's just one ball in hand. Oh, lovely little backdoor pass pre-contact. Uzbekistan playing it. Although Idusha Pereira with the interception, referee says knock on in the interception attempt. I don't think Pereira agrees. She's shaking her head. I'm not sure if I agree either. Couple substitutions for Sri Lanka. They join the back line, the two newcomers. I think Pereira is going off, in fact. Idusha Pereira is going off. The star of this team so far. Uzbekistan secure the ball from their own scrum. They take it in to about the 10-metre line of their own. They have another penalty. Not rolling away again. Quick tap and go off the ground for Uzbekistan. A bit of a loose pass, bounced nicely into their hands. Switch to keep the ball alive. Another little switch coming down the blind side. The 2-on-1 was on. High contact. Another advantage. We might be seeing a card here for Sri Lanka. Not yet. Referee just bringing it back to be played from the mark. Good few penalties from Sri Lanka here. They've got to be careful. Uzbekistan spinning it out well. Now Rizbaeva cuts inside, leaving a couple in her wake. Hands off behind her, looks for the offload. It's not coming. Sri Lankans in from the side, scrambling in defence. Again, no cards from the referee. It seems a little bit cynical to me. I think Sri Lanka are lucky to have 7 players on the park as it stands. Now Rizbaeva takes in 2, offloads nicely. They could have a 2-on-1 on the edge here. Rasanjali gets drawn in, but she covers across well. Rajapova takes the contact. Uzbekistan have it on about the 5-metre line. Now Rizbaeva deputises as scrum half. They take central contract. The steal is looking, I think it's a knock-on from Sri Lanka in the jackal attempt. Scrum down centrally about 10 metres out from the Sri Lankan line. Uzbekistan ball. Chance of Uzbekistan ring out around this sports complex. It's a decent jackal attempt. I think mixes with their offload attempt and just doesn't quite get a grip on it, forcing a knock on. Scrum down, Uzbekistan. Clean ball. Slings it deep behind the first receiver. She's struggling to pick it up, and it's a knock-on on the deck. It's really poor mistake from Urazmetova and Abzeva, not connecting at all there on the base of their own scrum. The pass just goes nowhere other than backwards. Nobody's hands, no move to be spoken of, just a loose ball, and they can't even fix that problem. A minute and a half left or so here in Tashkent. The home side desperate to get their hands back on this ball. They had a golden opportunity, but they squandered it. Offside again at the scrum. Urazmetova doing that almost every time, giving away crucial penalties, and Sri Lanka coming back with pace. A solid pass right in front of her. Beautiful. Good hit though from Uzbekistan in the scrambling defence. Uzbekistan ball for something. Sri Lanka perhaps not 10. Ref says it's okay. Last minute here. Last hope for Uzbekistan. A converted try will mean a win for them here. Good cut inside. Leaves the Sri Lankan behind. Looks for the offload. Whoa, big clean out from Sri Lanka, from Uzbekistan. And number 2, that was a wonderful hit. Yuldasheva with a massive clean out. Not the most wrapping up going on, but referee says play on. Good tip, lovely offload. Solid contact. Is she away? Uruzbaeva gets a try back for Uzbekistan. Now, we have a huge conversion attempt about to take place. This conversion attempt is make or break for Uzbekistan. A draw will probably not suffice. A draw should not be enough. I don't think will be enough to reach the final. She can take her time. The referee calls for the Sri Lankans to get out the way. I have another Sri Lankan. No, doesn't matter. Big kick. If this goes, 3 points to Uzbekistan. Oh, it's a solid effort. It's shy. It's shy. Refs marching back to the centre circle. I think we've still got time to play here. I thought that would be the whistle gone. The time on your screen is perhaps not perfect. We're seeing a couple substitutions, and we will see at least one more bit of play. Uzbekistan will be giving it to Sri Lanka. Doesn't mean they can't try and contest one. Try made by Orozbaeva. Great bit of work down this left-hand side of the park. Probably the last play of the game here. Abzieva gets us underway with a deep kick to the centre. Long passes out to Idusha Pereira. She looks for the switch, she finds it. Narrow attack here from Sri Lanka. They're back to where they started, if not further. Now Rizbaeva pushing them back. Apologies if it's quite windy or crackly. It's really picking up here. Idusha Pereira looking to get away, but she's only losing ground. Big counter ruck, but off her feet. Wow, I don't know if that was quite legal. Scrappy ball. Idusha Pereira offside. I think should be the call. It should be an Uzbekistan penalty on the 5 metre line. Referee's asking them to slow down. I don't know why. They have options of what they can choose for. I don't think that's been communicated so clearly. Okay, there we go. Huge opportunity for a huge upset here in Tashkent for the home side. Although they are barely standing. They opt for the scrum on the Sri Lanka 5 metre line. They do not choose to tap and go. I probably would have just given that to Naurizbaeva and let her power on through. However, Naurizbaeva will find herself at loose head. It's a clean Uzbek scrum, and it's a poor pass again from the base, but it's picked up well. They bring it back into the centre. It's a good looking steal, and it is a good steal. It's a squandered opportunity from Uzbekistan. Tap and go. Sri Lanka could go all the way. Good offload. They have numbers left if they can get the ball there. Couple missed passes. Why Uzbekistan chose a scrum there, I'm not sure. Their scrum game has been pretty poor. The scrums themselves not so bad, but their set piece has been messy to say the least. A tap and go would have had them on the 5 metre line, and some of these Uzbek players are all but impossible to stop. It's a good looking steal. Jackal Atente is a good steal. Uzbekistan have it once more. They tap and go. The referee is calling a full time on a penalty. A bit of a flat end to this tie. Perhaps she dropped that tap and go. Bodies are just lying across the pitch here. Barely able to get up, and I'm not surprised. It's 31 degrees as it stands. And that was a brutal 15 minutes of rugby. Uzbekistan had the opportunity to win it. They were on the try line pretty much, and they chose a scrum to try and limit the number of defenders, but could not break the deadlock. Quickly moving into our next game, India versus Mongolia. India trying to make their record level, having lost 2 disappointing games against Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan yesterday. Mongolia, on the other hand, have an equal record, I believe. They won their first game comfortably against Kyrgyzstan, however they then lost by quite some score to both Sri Lanka and Uzbekistan. Both looking to go 2-2, probably both looking to get into that 3rd, 4th matchup this afternoon. India look like they're going to get us underway here. I believe that's Rima Orayan with the restart, or the kickoff, over the Mongolian heads, but eventually picked up by number 8, Rakchabazar. Little tap in the pass, referee says play it on, no advantage to speak of. Bit of a knock on there, not enough for a deliberate, I don't think. So that's a scrum down, Mongolia on their own 22. Brilliant game we just saw. Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka, our first draw of the weekend. Going right down to the wire. Could have gone either way. Here we have number 4, Bhajargal with the put-in. Good passes pre-contact, but a strong tackle off into the concrete in the board, but she's not fussed one bit. Right back onto her feet and into the game. I think that was called India try play quick, but referee's having none of it. Long line out, well taken. Chanel Crizel at the end, at the tail of the line out. Ooh, bit of a high tackle, slips off. Offloads inside, offload off the deck, and number 6, Suman Orayan, is in for the score. Referee's probably going to have a quick word with the touch judge, I think, about a high tackle. Probably nothing more than a warning. He's going to have a word. No, we're seeing no try. No, we are. We're seeing a try. Wait, I'm confused. Who's fault? Okay. India's try has been overturned for their own penalty. I believe there must have been some sort of Indian mistake, forward pass or a knock-on. Not sure. Anyway, India have opted for the scrum. It comes clean, it comes fast. They spread it left. They might have the speed on the edge here. I think they probably will from Mahak. She doesn't want the 5-pointer, but she eventually takes it. India looking to get under the sticks for 7, I think, but they'll take 5 for now. And a tough kick to follow. Good running from the winger, Mahak, number 2 there. A little bit cheeky. Decent kick attempt, but a little bit left. Number 9 is Hansda. It is not Rima Orion. Mongolia breaking away, getting close to the halfway line. Referee says not rolling away. Penalty. Mongolia. They're looking to get one of their own. Tackle pretty strong and a knock on comes. Not 10 though, referee says. Another 10 metres, they bring it to the halfway line. Good hands and offloading here from Mongolia. Solid presentation. Again. I need to review my hand signals. I think that might be hands in the ruck. I'm not sure. Loose bit of a wild pass over the top of the first receiver. What is that for? Scrum down. Hopefully you know better than me what that means. Knock on, I suppose. Number 5 with the put in, that is Anshika. Powerful running again from Mahak. She's going in for her brace. Right under the posts. Get the ball in her hands and she will probably score. Kick's good, 12-0 to India. Mahak, powerful, strong runner, force to be reckoned with. And India are looking closer and closer to that third, fourth playoff match. And saving some face from coming into this tournament as one of the favourites. But having underperformed yesterday against Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, losing against both. Mongolia play with it all on their own try line, and it's easy giveaway try to Athira KP. She's acting like it's business as usual, dots it down, jogs back, but she's got to be thrilled with that. Don't think she got a try yesterday. Good kick from Hansda. Game's getting away from Mongolia here now. Their chances of a third, fourth playoff are slipping, and it's looking likely that they'll meet Kyrgyzstan in the wooden spoon match. Restart from Hansda is shy, along with a fair few offside, I felt. But it doesn't matter, that brings us to the half time of our second women's game of the morning. This will be followed by Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. Mongolia to get us underway. India looking very strong this morning. Mongolian number 9. Not quite sure who that is taking the kick. It's number 5. That is Bayartsvogt. India return it pretty much to the halfway line straight away. Good hands from Hansda. Puts Shannon Crizzle under the sticks. Busting through the centre from the halfway line all the way to the goalposts. Shannon Crizzle gets her first of the day. Hansda with the extra 2. Formality for Hansda extends the lead to 26-0. Chanel Crizzle, powerful and fast, all the way to the end. Hansda gets us restarted. High arching kick, not contestable, easy enough for the Mongolians to wrap up. Well taken into contact. Loose ball off the base of the ruck, but flirting with a forward pass. Ref says play on. The big number 3, Bayan Monk, takes it in, but not releasing from Bayan Monk. Hansda gets us restarted. Mongolians not 10. Ref says play on. Ref will give it a knock-on advantage now, I think. No, he's given a card. Card for Bayartsvogt. Got herself a couple of tries yesterday against Kyrgyzstan, but we'll pretty much be seeing the end of her day today, at least against India. I think that's cynical. Not cynical, actually. I think that's quite harsh. He was going in for the steal. It wasn't an attempt to intercept. Either way, Bayartsvogt is off for 2 minutes. India bring about a couple of changes. Jackal attack attempt not successful. Early push from Mongolia, quick tap from India. Well tackled on the line, probably not 10, but play on. India rip their own player to get the ball loose, and they are in for yet another. Muskan Piploda gets her own point. Number 7 has probably added another 7 to India's score. She has. That is well converted. Here we have Rima Arayan, got herself all over the park yesterday with the restart, scoring tries, getting assists, kicking, putting it in at the scrum. There's not much she can't do. Penalty here to Mongolia. They're not tapping it from the mark. Referee calls him back. Mongolia come crashing down the centre. number 2, Selenge Banzai. Loose ball at the base of the ruck. Referee says offside, still Mongolian ball. Again, some direct rugby from Mongolia takes them over into the Indian half. Isolated in the pink scrum cap is Amarsana, well defended. Again, it looks a bit offside. It is. It's an advantage to Mongolia. Bit of lack of discipline here from India. Looping pass off the deck. I think we're going to come back for an advantage. No. Advantage had been played. It's India ball into the Mongolian half. Well sealed off by Orion. Now they look to spin it wide. They draw in nicely. Well defended though. And she might have even got herself a rip in contact here. Referee says holding on. Advantage not 10. Back and forth here, but we're in position now. Get the ball on the go. Well taken, a bit too high, but she takes it well. They recycle around the corner. Bayat Shokt is back on after a couple of minutes in the sin bin. Another advantage to Mongolia. India really lacking in defensive discipline. Deep recycle from Mongolia, but it comes in at pace. All the Mongolian players are very close together. You'd almost put a postage stamp over the lot of them. Very, very narrow. Operating like a pack of forwards in 15s. But that's a bit nicer. There's some loops that looked a bit forward. Not given. Mongolia enter the Indian half. It's been all Mongolia for the last couple minutes. But there, as soon as I say that, it's a basic knock on. However, there's an advantage being played again for offside. We're still not seeing a card coming. Good line there, good bit of footwork too. Great work from Banzai, eliminating a couple Indian players. Bayat Sokt goes for the short crash. Again, another penalty. I don't know how many we're going to need to see before a yellow. Bayat Sokt driving towards the Indian defence. Offloads in contact. The Mongolians are about the 5 metre line. Pass over. Oh, Amarsana! Golden opportunity for an opening Mongolian try. Knocks it on the line, and I think we're seeing full time. Devastating end for Mongolia there. Worked so hard all the way down the pitch for a 5-pointer. And just slipped through the fingertips at the very, very end. India have got to be happy. Their main goal would probably have been to have just maintained a clean sheet against a side like Mongolia, and that they have done for the most part of that second half. Mongolia were playing with it just inside the Indian half, but they kept them out in the end. only teams left to play are the Central Asian Ks, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, women's. They have not played today. They are coming up. If I'm to be honest, I think Kazakhstan will probably run up quite a score here against the largely inexperienced and young Kyrgyz team. Just going back to that instance in the India game, we were confused as to why a try wasn't given to India but brought back for an Indian penalty. It seemed there in one of the replays that it had been knocked on just as she was stretching over to score that try. Anyway, going back to it, Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan with a last-minute win against Uzbekistan yesterday. Great game of rugby, my favourite game of rugby so far in this tournament. Maybe eclipsed by Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka a couple of games ago in the women's. However, the Kyrgyz women's squad, they're still learning. They might offer some sort of challenge to Kazakhstan, but I think the Kazakhs will probably run up quite a score here. Lots of good players within their squad. Yesterday on the microphone I might have said that these Kuznetsova, Victoria Kuznetsova and Angelina Kuznetsova were sisters. That was a pure assumption. They are not sisters. There is, however, a Kuznetsova in the Kyrgyz team, Kristina Kuznetsova. She has a brother, Artyom, who is in the men's team for Kyrgyzstan. So there are some brothers and sisters. Speaking of brothers and sisters, the women's team from Sri Lanka and the men's have Pereiras. I speak a lot about Idusha Pereira. She's a prolific try scorer for the women's squad. There are two other Pereiras in the women's Sri Lankan squad. However, none of them, out of all three, are sisters. And there is a male player in the men's team called Pereira. Again, no relation. Isn't that funny? Lots of Pereiras, lots of Kuznetsovs. Keep an eye on those Kuznetsovs, usually lingering on the wing. Dangerous, speedy players. Victoria, number 1, and Angelina, number 14. You also have the likes of Maria Krishina, hard carrying number 8. She plays like number 8, like a number 8 in the 15s game. Others that I noted yesterday, Lolita Buteris, scrum half type, sets the pace very well for this Kazakh team, a pace that I think Kyrgyz are going to struggle with in this upcoming 24th match of ours. So I'm just hearing word that I don't think the next game is going to go ahead, so we're probably going to have a 10-15 minute break in place of that game. I think Kyrgyzstan are not able to field a team after having quite a tough day at the office yesterday, to put it lightly. Lots of young girls, lots of inexperience. It makes rugby at times dangerous if you don't know exactly what you're doing, and they're coming up against very difficult opponents, very skillful and powerful opponents. But I'm sure they would have appreciated the experience. They've probably learned lots of things, lots to take back to North Bishkek, which most of them are based from. A small little town north of the capital Bishkek called Jangijir. Seems to be the rugby hub of Kyrgyzstan. Most of the men as well are based in that region and kind of surrounding area. They play and train there. So yes, I think it will be a no-show for Kyrgyzstan and an automatic win for Kazakhstan. I don't think that's doesn't make a great deal of difference. I think Kazakhstan, perhaps the strongest team here, them and Sri Lanka and Uzbekistan. It wouldn't have been a close game, if we're being honest. That leaves us going back to the men's game next. That will bring about, bear with, my laptop's turned off because I've been a bit inactive, waiting on this Kyrgyz-Kazakh game. However, we have back to the men's, Mongolia versus Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, if they win this, they should confirm a position in the 3rd, 4th playoff. Mongolia have a chance at 3rd, 4th if they get a win here. It's probably quite unlikely against a well-drilled Uzbek side. One who required Sri Lanka to play really well to get over the line. That will be followed by Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan and Sri Lanka. India were finishing the men's today at 12:20 with an absolute cracker. 2 undefeated teams going head to head. However, they may well be playing each other in the afternoon too in the final. We shall see. Plenty of rugby to be played today. We are about to approach game 25 of 30, that just being the round robin. There will then be another 5 or 6 games. We'll have 2 5th, 6th playoffs, a men's and women's. However, I assume if this game doesn't go ahead right now, we will not be seeing a women's 5th, 6th playoff. I think Kyrgyzstan will automatically take the 6th place, and whoever else falls into that 5th spot will be taking away 5th. So perhaps 5 playoff/final games this afternoon to be played for. 5 more pool games, perhaps, I guess, maybe not. Women's Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, so we will see 4 more. No, 5 more pool games, and we'll have 5 finals or playoff/placing games. Another 10 games or so today. I think we're going to have a bit of a break after our final women's pool game. Again, Sri Lanka versus India. Excellent matchup. I think we'll have a bit of a break after that to allow players to rest, because they could, depending on the way the pools follow into the finals, could be instantly playing, so that's not quite right on a hot day like today, especially here in sunny Tashkent. Well, I say sunny, the clouds have actually started to come over. The wind's been blustering out a bit, but plenty to play. Sit tight, we've got a lot of good fixtures coming up. Mongolia men will come bruising towards these Uzbeks, I'm sure. Kyrgyzstan will fancy their chances at a big upset against Pakistan, underperforming Pakistan. team that took it to India, but India too probably not being where they want to be right now. And then, don't go anywhere, at 12:20, around 12:20, we'll be having this Sri Lanka versus India men's matchup. An absolute cracker, guaranteed. Followed by, again, Sri Lanka versus India in the women's to conclude our pool games today. Very excited for that. South Asia, so far, I'd say just edging it, but that's not what Casa is about. Casa is about these two regions coming together with a shared vision, shared plan and experience of mutual benefit. I think we're seeing that here today. Even with the likes of Kyrgyzstan getting beaten, they're enjoying themselves. They're always up for it. And they'll be up for the next tournament as well whenever that Casa event comes through. Sit tight. Shortly coming up will be Mongolia, Uzbekistan. Okay, we are back for some men's fixtures. We've got the home team of Uzbekistan up against Mongolia. Both looking to secure a spot in the fourth playoff. It's going to be a tough battle for Mongolia to get there. Uzbekistan are all but guaranteed it after having won 2 games in their first day. They lost, however, today. They are currently 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses. They lost against Sri Lanka this morning. We are about to get back underway. Uzbekistan versus Mongolia. We had a little bit longer of a break than usual because Kyrgyzstan women have pulled out of this weekend's tournaments due to a few too many injuries. We will keep to our schedule as normal, so we have another women's games, Kyrgyzstan women's game scheduled for later. We will follow that game as normal, but we'll just allow everyone to have a 15-20 minute break just so we keep everything on track, and we have some dignitaries coming this afternoon just so everything moves smoothly. We don't want to disrupt it at all. Looks like Mongolia will be getting us underway here in our final round of men's fixtures. They take on the home team of Uzbekistan, wanting to bring back a positive record. They are currently 2-2. Mongolia have a win to their name and 3 losses. Mongolia looking to get a win on the board and push for that fourth playoff. A loss here would probably resign them to the 5th-6th playoff against Kyrgyzstan this afternoon. Kyrgyzstan up next against Pakistan, followed by one of the most exciting matches today, Sri Lanka, India, the two only undefeated teams going head-to-head at 12:20. However, we will most likely see a repeat of that match this afternoon as well in the final. Caught by Sokolov to start us off of the Mongolian kick. Not releasing in defence. Sokolov takes quick and drives straight at the Mongolian defence. Well picked up off the bootlaces. Referee blows his whistle for I'm not sure, but it's a Mongolian crossing. It was crossing. Haven't seen one of them this weekend, I don't think. Crossing in attack. Tie him off. Having a word. Time back on. We're going to get going. The big number 8 of Mongolia, Batsukh, doesn't opt to take it himself. He hands it off. Mongolia take it centrally and frontally into the Uzbek defensive line. Here we have Batsukh. He spins it quite nicely to Suvd Derin. That's popped forward in contact by number 11, Maidar Balgan. It'll be a Uzbek scrum about the halfway line. Put in by Sokolov. Solid scrum by Mongolia. We saw them in the last game dominate the Kyrgyz scrum, but a nice double switch move from Uzbekistan. They keep the ball alive in contact. It's a little bit scrappy, but they have numbers on the left if they can use them. Well up by Mongolia. Well released in the contact. We now have some space on the wing for number 5, Kolikulov. He pops it off the deck. 13 breaks away down the center of the Uzbek defense. Breaks a couple tackles. Eventually they take contact. Uzbek's offside, and I think we're going to see the first and opening try of the day by Nurilayev. He dives over in front of the home fans to make the score 5-0 Uzbekistan. Good play, safe hands from Uzbekistan. Originally a scrum around the halfway line. They went right, they went left, they went right, and they got that try after some patient attacking work. They jogged back to the halfway line looking for more. Nurilayev has a few tries to his name this weekend. Ball moved back to the halfway line. Sunat Mukhamaddinov is about to hoist this one in the air, as he's done so very well this weekend. Uzbekistan looking to contest at every opportunity. The left boot of Mukhamaddinov hoists it high. A little too long for the contest, but the pressure's on. He's on the touchline. Mongolia play well to keep it alive. Whoa, and he's scooping it up into the center of the park. Solid tackle, and Sokolov is there for the steal, but the ball's popped back just in time. Mongolia keep it alive. Rocks formed. Mongolia play a little switch in the center of the park. Again, quite direct. Outdoor, backdoor pass, but knocked on by... It's a yellow card for Uzbekistan. Intentional knock-on from Ilya Sokolov. He'll come back at the end of this half. I'm sure we still have time. You can just see here, he looks to get on, I think it's the next bit of play, but he looked to get the intercept. Just got some fingers to it and knocked on. Scrum down, Mongolia. Mongolia only got the one win, but they have, in my opinion, the most impressive scrum at this tournament. No surprises there, I don't think. Really powerful. They completely destroyed a big Kyrgyz pack in the last fixture. They're coming here at some speed. It looks pretty high, that contact, nothing given. Ball's popped out to the left. He cuts back in, scything in. He's faced up by about 2 or 3. It's kicked off the base of the scrum. It's a bit scrappy. Sorry, off the base of the ruck. Offside given before the knock-on. That's a tap and go from number 7, Porevniam. They spin it right, and they're going to break through here. He's not got there. I think that's going to be a double movement. It is. Referee's calling it. He's not released the ball clearly enough. Uzbekistan tap and go from their own goal line. They've got numbers if they can play it. They could go all the way. It's an unnecessary, really unnecessary backdoor pass. He's got 2 hands free. I don't know why he's not just popping that. They're home and dry for an extra try there, but they want to play this flash pass unnecessarily. Points remain 7-0 Uzbekistan. It really could have been 12 or 14 there. They could have gone coast to coast, but Sonny Bill being a bad influence once again. I'm joking, Sonny Bill. I love you. Great player. Everyone's favourite. Played the Union, played the League, played Sevens. But even him, he had the basics down to a T first. Mongolia tap and go. Bit of a loose bouncing pass into the centre. They get a one-on-one on the edge. He's going for the corner, and I think he's got there. Mongolia have a try. Number 11, Maidar Balgan, gets the try in the corner. 7 points to 5. It'll be a mighty conversion if they're to tie this game up. But Uzbekistan are probably going to be disappointed to let up a try against a team like Mongolia. Gansai Khan Inkbat with the conversion attempt to tie it up. Caught the ball pretty central, never got the height. But good try by Maidar Balgan, in the corner, dots it down for a 5-pointer. Inkbat will return this ball to Uzbekistan. Mongolia struggling to make their balls contestable. That one was just out reach of the chasing Mongolians. Uzbekistan have safe hands in the centre. They spin it wide out towards myself in the commentary box. Ooh, hand in the contact there. I think that's going to be a yellow card. Sokolov received a yellow in the first few minutes for an intentional knock-on. Referee deems it not intentional, just a scrum down to Uzbekistan on about the halfway line. Sokolov with the put-in. Plays it blind. And away, streaking away, is number 8. He's got a man out on the left, but it's well stripped in the tackle on the 22. Mongolia spin out the tackle themselves, and they've got a man out wide if they can play this. Maidar Balgan puts ball to foot, and he's chasing down the Uzbeks into their own 22. Uzbekistan well recovered and well back in time to clear out and secure that ball. They'll look to go again themselves. Advantage for an offside from the central Mongolian defenders. Nurilayev hurtling away, being hounded down with a strong fend off Bat Ochir to double his score with yet another Nurilayev try. Nurilayev going about 70 or 80 metres there. End-to-end stuff. Sergei Sokolov with the extra 2. Him and Ilya Sokolov scampered down the left side off of the scrum. Mongolia then returned it all the way into the Uzbek 22, only for Nurilayev to go the length of the puck the other way to double Uzbekistan's score. 14-5 at the break. Nurilayev with the brace here in Tashkent. 14 points to 5. Uzbekistan are securing their spot in the third-fourth playoff as it stands. They will be most likely facing Pakistan if Pakistan can put a number on Kyrgyzstan in our second match. Well, next match. Sergei Sokolov with the extra points to make it 14-5, and we have Sanat Mukhamaddinov to get us restarted with that wonderful left boot of his. He's going to hoist this one up in the sky again with a contestable restart to see out the last 7 minutes of Uzbekistan and Mongolia's round-robin tournament. It goes high, perhaps a little bit too long for the contest, but the pressure's on and the big hit's coming. He slips off the first tackle, and Mongolia take it up towards the 10-metre line. Referee blows his whistle for off their feet, and Mongolia spin out to the left wing. Oh, wonderful attempt at an offload over the top. Batochir is bundled into touch, however. 3 Uzbeks hurling him into touch. Uzbeks want to play it quick, but the referee's called the mark. We'll have a Uzbek line out about 30 metres off of their own try line. Number 9, Mahmoud Kalandarov with the throw. He'll be looking to scamper around and get this ball off the top if it's clean. Uzbekistan's set pieces have been pretty good so far. Once again, it's nice and clean. Ball's coming. Good ball out in front for the winger to come on at pace. That's number 2. He's going all the way. That's Murodjon Machonov with a bit of flair and celebration at the end. Murodjon Machonov with the try that more or less secures the deal for Uzbekistan and secures that place in the third-fourth playoff this afternoon. Mukhamaddinov with the extra points makes it 21-5 in Uzbekistan's favour. An excellent 70-80 metre try from Machonov. Celebrating, spinning acrobatically into the end zone. Mukhamaddinov with a high kick knocked on into touch. They should have the option here. They'll take the line out as it's been so clean today. Kalandarov will throw it in. Knock on scrum. Referee is saying scrum. Not sure if they were given the option there. Either way, I think they would have preferred the line out, as this is an awfully tough Mongolian scrum, but the quick set piece is clean, but big hit's coming. He eases off the hit, but again he's got a knee to the ground, or does he? The Mongols have lifted him back up again. Ball's coming, not releasing, I think. Not releasing. Mukhamaddinov takes it quick. They have numbers on the left. Nuraliev with lovely feet and puts his teammate number 5, Sabir John Kolikulov, in for an extra 5 points. Nurilayev, not just a try scorer, a try maker with that lovely bit of footwork and late pass, putting Kolikulov in for his first try of the game.
I know, but the small ones are better because you can locate.
Good kick there from Sunat Mukhamaddinov to make it a 7-pointer. So far they are perfect with their conversions. 4 tries, 4 conversions, 28 points to 5. Lovely work from Nurialev. Bit of footwork to miss his man. Bit of patience to draw in Kolikulov's man. And then another lovely high arching kick to restart us by Mukhamaddinov. Tapped back by Uzbekistan. Play on, referee says. A bit of confusion on the park. Uzbek ball. Kalandarov with a dummy and a spin and a bit of everything, but then driven back aggressively by the Mongol defence, and they counter-attack that ruck. But down the short side, Uzbekistan go, and I think that's Sergei Sokolov to get his own try. It is Sergei Sokolov with his first try of the game, and he might try and add his own extra points here too. There's an Uzbek in the centre of the park down, receiving some attention. Not quite sure who it is. Sergei Sokolov for the extra 2. It's good. 35 points, 5 tries, 5 conversions. Lovely work going down the short side there by Jakongir Abdulkadirov. Gets his first assist of the game. Sergei Sokolov gets his first try. Still just waiting on a bit of medical attention. He's getting to his feet now. Mukhamaddinov will be eager to hoist another high ball. A contestable high ball for this Uzbek side to get that ball back in their hands and break 40 in their 5th and final match here in their own capital. Mukhamaddinov goes a bit longer this time onto the edge of the 22 of the Mongolians. The Mongolians spin it out wide left towards us on this closer sideline. They take hard contact, 2 Uzbeks required to bring him to the ground. Only after bringing it to about the 10-metre line. Bouncing ball, opportunity for a big shot, and he spins out of it a little bit there. No wrap in the tackle from the Uzbek player. Just bouncing the Mongolian back a little bit. Ball's loose, but we have an advantage coming for high tackle on their own 22. Tap and go, the choice on their own 22. They spin it wide to the big number 8. They have an extra man. Ooh, it's again high, I think. Nothing given. Ooh, ball slips through the hands of the first receiver. It bounces back, he regathers. Little switch in the centre of the park, opens up a bit of space. Requires a couple of Uzbeks to bring him down. Spins off in the ruck there. Nothing coming. Mongolia hugging the touchline for the first time I've seen this weekend. Not as direct as previously played. Maybe looking for the exit here. We haven't seen many kicks from Mongolia, but with good chases on. 1 versus 1 way back in the Uzbek half. And a bit of a no-wrap tackle. And again, he's fighting to his feet. It's a bit controversial. I don't know what's going on. High tackle given, and it's going to be a sin bin and probably the end of the match for number 11, Maidar Balgan, the try scorer. We'll see the end of his round-robin tournament. It was well fought by Uzbekistan to keep that one-on-one alive and allow for support to join him. The speed on the edge here is met. Uzbekistan now playing a bit more Mongolian in style, a bit more frontal, but he's hurled into touch, and the referee blows the final whistle. Uzbekistan got to be happy with that. A 35 points to 5 victory. Every try had a conversion, even if they were quite difficult, from the likes of Sergei Sokolov and Senat Mukhamaddinov. Mongolia have got to be happy to get a try on the board against a stiff Uzbek defensive performance. that will all but confirm their positions in this afternoon's playoff matches. Mongolia will be resigned to the 5th, 6th match, whilst Uzbekistan should be going in as the 3rd seed into the 3rd, 4th playoff. Most likely going to be facing Pakistan unless Kyrgyzstan can cause quite the upset in our next match. Coming out of our tunnel in a minute will be the men's Pakistan and Kyrgyz teams for their final round robin matchup. Kyrgyzstan looking to get their first win of the weekend. Pakistan looking to double theirs, having only won 1 of 4. Here they come. Pakistan getting the better of Mongolia in their first game this weekend, however falling short of Uzbekistan and Sri Lanka yesterday. Then this morning they almost got India, but India secured that win at the death, extending their points to just over 7 and making it a done deal. Kyrgyzstan, however, have struggled so far this weekend. Again, quite a large and inexperienced group. A tough weekend. They'll hope to get another try on the board as they did in their last game against Mongolia. But this is a Pakistan team that will be really out to show what they can do. They just did this morning against India. They put in an excellent performance, but just fell short. It's a good kick that's put Pakistan in an awkward position. He might have grazed that. Referee says otherwise. Line out Pakistan. Line out Pakistan. Number 4, Mohsin Raza will throw in here. Pakistan been opting for lots of lineouts and going for touch at penalty opportunities. They fancy their chances, and it's a nice clean lineout to start their final match here. Nice little wraparound by Raza, making it a 3-on-2. Ball's a bit loose. Ref says play on. Ball's a bit loose. Ref says penalty. Yellow card, intentional knock-on. That's given to Nikolai Kotlyarov. I think an intentional knock-on being the decision. As I said, it's Pakistan, they like to go for touch. They fancy their chances. They like their set piece off the line out. The last one resulting in a Kyrgyz yellow card. This one maybe going to result in a 50-meter try. Referee just asking for the channel to be expanded a little bit more space, and it's nice, quick off the top. Clean ball, a bit behind one another. Grubber through, interesting. They really do like to kick, this Pakistani team. Well covered by number 14, Daniil Kavrishkin. He's still got it, and he's played it inside. Referee says he was just in touch before he'd released the ball. It'll be another line out to Pakistan. However, the referee has called for a high tackle. Remains Kyrgyzstan ball. Kochmanbetov takes the quick tap, but then puts it out on the full when he could have just gone for touch himself. That would have been a Kyrgyz line out. However, it will be a Pakistani line out just outside the Kyrgyz 22. Perhaps a bit excited to have ball in hand. The Kyrgyz give it away rather easy. He's just taken a second. They could have gone for touch themselves and retained that ball. However, Aziz will throw us back in here. Sorry, Raza will throw us back in here. Pakistan quite flat in attack. Again looking for the boot. Late tackle on the kicker, referee calls it. Another yellow it will be. I think Kyrgyzstan are down to 5 men as it stands. First time I've seen this so far. A tired Kyrgyz defense is working hard. Balkash jumping into contact. Squanders a perfect opportunity to take the lead. Bangash again not looking for his teammates when it was an easy opportunity. Once again going for glory and squandering a perfectly good opportunity for Pakistan to score on a 5-man Kyrgyzstan. Pakistan take it quick and they return back. A nice miss pass, skips out Bangash. And number 5 is jogging into the corner. That is Muhammad Akib Siddiq. Takes it under the post, and it will be a surefire 7 points for Pakistan. Their first of the day against this 5-man Kyrgyzstan. Nikolai Kotlyarov comes back onto the pitch after his 2 minutes in the sin bin. Seven points to Pakistan. They'll hope for more. Halfway through the first half here in Tashkent of the final game for Pakistan and Kyrgyzstan in the round-robin style tournament. Pakistan, as it stands, will be playing Uzbekistan in the 3rd-4th playoff. Kyrgyzstan will have a revenge match against Mongolia, who beat them this morning. Scrappy ball. Knock-on advantage given. Pakistan going at the 6-man Kyrgyzstan. Bangash again not looking for his teammates, but he's going to go himself and he's going to score himself. Again beating defenders to do so, but there was the much easier option on his left. Against Kyrgyzstan, against Mongolia, it might work. Although to be fair, it worked against India this morning. He did score there again. Raza for the extra 2. And he's done it. It's a lovely kick to make it a 14-point game. 14-0 to Pakistan. Raza will get us back underway again. Kyrgyzstan back to 7 men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Fumbled take, but he's still got it. The Kyrgyz winger. Poor hands again in the centre by Kyrgyzstan. Knock on given about 10 metres from the road try line by Tash Mamatov. scrum down Pakistan, 10 metres from the Kyrgyz try line. Kyrgyzstan's scrum was absolutely destroyed in the last game against Mongolia. Every Kyrgyz scrum, I think, was turned over to Mongolia by a brutal pushing force of theirs. Pakistan go to the blind side and have a 2-on-1 on the edge, and number 5 will go in for the second try of the game. That is Sadiq. Pakistan player Raza hobbling a little bit, but he's back on his feet and he'll continue playing. He won't, however, continue his normal duty of conversions. That's been passed over to number 9, Faiq Shahzad. Faiq Shahzad takes his time and gets a good nudge on. It's a bit right, I think. It is. No good. We finished this first half. Not quite. Lovely late pass by Raza, taking in 2 men to allow Sadiq into the corner to get his second try of this match. Short kick by Raza. It's not gone 10. It'll be a Kyrgyz tap and go in the centre of the park. He could have let that bounce. It probably would have gone. But no. Tashmamatov has a tap and go in the centre of the park. Hands it off. Another chip and chase. They love them, the Kyrgyz. Kotliarov is hounding down Raza, and he fails to make the tackle once more. Switch is thought about, but is broken by the tackles of Argen Dyakanov. Bangash passes. Never thought I'd see the day. It's out on the full. Was it inside the 22? It doesn't matter. It's half time here in Tashkent. Raza from Pakistan to get us back underway here in the final round of men's fixtures. As it stands, Pakistan will be playing Uzbekistan in the 3rd-4th playoff. Fake kick from Kyrgyzstan. They choose to run it out. Kotliarov spins it wide to 23 Zalunov. Referee sees Bangash off of his feet. Kotliarov taps and goes. He's got some speed if he gets the space. It's a solid tackle by Sadiq. Then a knock-on from Bangash. It's going to be the first knock-on from Kyrgyzstan. Scrum down on the halfway line, Pakistan. Kyrgyzstan might not be winning this game, but I think they're going to look to try and get a win this half. play under the idea that the score right now might be 0-0 and they can try and get a try or two to their name. Good solid set piece from Pakistan as we've seen all weekend. Bangash on the ball, he plays it wide. Good feet there. He's got the speed on the edge. And number 9, that is Faiq Shahzad. Burning down the wing from the assist given to him by Bangash, selflessly passing the ball. (24-5) as it stands. About 5 minutes left. It's a good looking kick. It is a great kick from the edge. I didn't quite catch who did it. I think it might have been Raza once more. Having an incredible game. Number 4, Muhsin Raza, following up from a nice team try by Faiq Shahzad. We've restarted here already. Erlan Tashmamatov takes it into contact, and again in the contact a bit loose, but the advantage was coming. Kyrgyz ball around the halfway line. Tap and go, probably the choice. Referee's having a word with his touch judge. Tashmamatov launches one into the side, gains about 15 meters. Kyrgyzstan line out in Pakistani territory. Tashmamatov kicking and now throwing. It's a clean long ball to the end. Kochman Betov collects. It's a loose ball off the base of the ruck, well collected by Kotliarov, and it's going to be an offside. Kyrgyzstan moving deeper into Pakistani territory. There's numbers on the left if they use it. They choose not to, they go right. Kotliarov escapes the first hit. They have a 3-on-2. Bangash wraps up. Zulanov at the base of the ruck. Presents nice in a nice pencil position, keeping that gate narrow. Referee finally had enough of these offsides from Pakistan. Says bye-bye to number 5, Sadiq. His game will be more or less finished. With 2 minutes in the bin, Kotliarov takes contact. He fumbles it forward, and then it's fumbled forward by Pakistan. It should be a Pakistani scrum about 10 meters from their try line. Few too many handling mistakes from Kyrgyzstan, slimming their chances of getting a consolation try. Pakistan, number 10, Mohammed Afzal, to put in here in the deep inside his own half. It's a good scrum, it's a clean ball, and Pakistan want to play or chase. Two speedsters heading back. Who's going to get there first? Kyrgyz kick it out into their own 22. Is alive, it's still going. He's kicked out on his own 5 meter line. Pakistan look to play quick. They can if they want to. They have. Referee has called the mark. It'll be a line out on the 5 meter line. 90 meter territory advance for Pakistan after the kick from their own try line. Afzal puts in the scrum, and now he will throw at the line out. Looking to lift the large Anjum Sajjad, number 3 there, with the support of Mudassar, who scored a couple tries yesterday. Kyrgyzstan going to contest this one with Daniil Kavrishkin. Straight enough for the referee. Pakistan play. Kotliarov flying up, but again missing a tackle. He's missed many tackles this weekend, allowing tries like that from Faiq Shahzad. I think he might have a hat-trick today. Pakistan hurrying back. They want more. They've smelt the blood and they want more. Afzal doing even more now, putting in at scrums, throwing at lineouts and missing drop kicks. Great ball in stride for Shahzad, to jog in. Lovely pass there. Not quite sure who that was from, but it was a lovely ball just right in front of Shahzad for him to take on. Ball's been kicked off. Pardon me. Can't quite see where it's gone. Oh, it's bouncing off the referee. Scrum down to Pakistan. Referee accidentally in the way of play. Pakistan must have retained their own kickoff. Just as yesterday, from where I'm sat, I cannot see the left side of the pitch, so for the most part, I am commentating on what you see. Good setup of cameras around this ground. Trying to give you as much of an idea of the game as possible. Pakistan again, clean set piece play. But again, a couple. Kotliarov, if he picked that one up, he might be gone here if he can get on this ball. He's fumbled it again. I think it's going to be an advantage to Pakistan unless this is open play. I'm not sure. We're still going. And referee says holding on the 5 meter line more or less. Kyrgyzstan, a nice opportunity there. Breaking away was Kotliarov after his own football style kick from the deck. But he couldn't quite grasp it, and Pakistan scamper back into defence, and Afzal will kick for touch, looking to play set piece once more. It's a decent looking kick, and he's advanced that a good 30-40 metres. Just shy of the 10 metre line is the line out. I don't know if my microphone was off when I was commentating on that. Well done to number 11, Ali, to burn Kotliarov on the edge and take it to the house and finish a perfect clean sheet score for Pakistan. I've lost track of what it was exactly. I think about 42-0. Kyrgyzstan would have been disappointed not to capitalise on a couple of opportunities of theirs. They will have a redemption match against Mongolia. 36-0 on your screen. I have a suspicion it was more than that, but could be correct. Exciting game. To conclude their round robin tournament, we have one more men's game. We have an absolute cracker. We have India versus Sri Lanka, the only undefeated teams in this tournament, in the men's tournament. They are going to take it today, right now, and chances are, or perhaps definitely, we will see these two teams play again this afternoon. This is a little pre-final final. Coming up at about 2:20 in about 4 or 5 minutes will be Sri Lanka versus India. One of the most hotly contested and anticipated matches in our tournament. I'll be back. Don't you go anywhere. Sri Lanka, India about to get underway here in Tashkent as temperatures are rising and the stakes are rising as well. Although it might be quite inconsequential in terms of standing, this is most likely going to be a little taster for what we'll see this afternoon in the much more consequential final. As both teams are undefeated, they are both destined for this final. Here they come onto the pitch. A couple of local referees, Ruslan and Vladimir, as the assistant judges, and all the way from Kenya by way of the UAE, we have Lawrence refereeing. Two of the strongest teams here in Tashkent going head to head. As I say, perhaps not the most consequential in terms of standing, as they will both meet each other in the final. This could have great psychological implications for this afternoon's tasty upcoming final. Number one of Sri Lanka, Surya Bandara, gets us underway. India take it in nicely, and a big shot coming straight to set the tone for this match. India dropped onto their own 5-metre line, but they're happy to play with it there nonetheless. Stepping and weaving is a cheeky little grubber in a very dangerous position, gives the ball away, and Sri Lanka are surely going to score to open up this game right away. Kavindu Pereira with the opening try after a very questionable grubber attempt on his own try line. And I'm not sure which Indian player that was. Kick no good, only a 5-pointer. Interesting decision from number 8 there, Sumit Kumar Roy. Strong player, he scored plenty of try this weekend. However, he's gifted one to Sri Lanka in this crunch final men's match. Surya Bandara will get us back underway with a high contestable kick. It's just missed. Gathered by India. They have an advantage for a knock-on. It might have already gone. Kumar Roy plays a bullet of a pass to the edge to the very jinky 15 Rajbar, who recycles well, and India again playing their own 22. However, probably been advised, do not try a kick this time. Again, they've dropped it though. They've given the ball over just outside the 22. Sri Lanka quickly playing, however, off their feet in the ruck. Penalty to India. They tap and go. Back into their own 22 they play. Kumar Roy on the edge. Burns the speed, but he's intercepted, or his offload's intercepted. And it's great work by Surya Bandara. He offloads off the deck, and they launch it away. They really don't want to take any sort of contact, these Sri Lankans. They're looking to keep that ball alive as much as possible. It's the first ruck I've seen of theirs in a long time, and it was a very quick one, allowing Dilshan to get under the posts to double their score here from 5 to 10 with a formality of a conversion to make it 12. Easy does it from Suranga Tenakun for the extra 2. 12 points to 0. rapid ball from Sri Lanka, not looking to let that ball be caught up in a ruck. There was one quick ruck there, but the speed that they got to clear out and get that ball recycled was immense. Leaving gaps in the Indian defence, they had no time to shore them up. And once again, Sri Lanka are leading as they've done all weekend. Surya Bandara hoists it high, well taken by India, and they are not afraid of contact. Not that Sri Lanka are, it's that they see it as a much more evasive game. Kumar Roy with a little hitch kick and it beats his man. He's got the legs if he can go. Chased down by, it's a bit of a late challenge, but I think that's fair game. No, it's not. Referee is saying that's going to be a yellow card for Surya Bandara, tackling the kicker after he played it. Kumar Roy streaking away, put ball to boot because he knew he was going to get caught, and he was still caught. Sri Lanka down to 6 men. Kumar Roy just receiving some attention as the clock is stopped. Clouds starting to disappear here in Tashkent and the temperature is rising as we've gone past midday. We're looking at about 35 degrees here with the sun poking out. Once Kumar Roy is up and playing or up and off, we'll see a penalty to India. Or are we going to see a scrum? Maybe they've elected for the scrum. It's been quite a popular choice this weekend. Teams fancying their chances off of a set piece. Kumar Roy back on his feet and back into the back line. No need for a substitution. As I said, he scored many a try this weekend. He's hoping for more in this crunch match against Sri Lanka. India will put in with Kishore Maji, another prolific try scorer this weekend. Kishore Maji steps his man, releases late enough. Kumar Roy was just injured. He takes a big hit, but he offloads well. They're metre from the try line now. It's a good looking jackal from Sri Lanka. Ball's there. It 8 stummies and scores. Guyana. Nope. Sumit Kumar Roy. Oh, of course it's Kumar Roy, number 8. After going down injured, he's back on his feet and he's back to doing what he does best, and that's scoring tries. India right back in this game. 12 points to 5. Number 9, Akash Balmiki, has ball in hand to try and knock this one over, make it a 5-point game. He should knock this one over easy enough. He's missed it, I think. No, it's given. 5-point game. Minute or two to play in this first half. India making the most of playing a 6-man team. Great offload off the deck by Kumar Roy. Gets back into the contact zone well. Good clear out by number 9 Balmiki. And Kumar Roy just teases in the tackle. Slips by number 5 Dange. All injured players now off the park. Balmiki can get us back underway. With a minute and a half in this first half and final men's game of the round robin tournament. It's going to carry 10. It's good. And India might be streaking away here if they can get support. Not rolling, I don't think. I am correct. Quick play. Kishore Maji tackled, but the Sri Lankan number 6, Kavindu Pereira, was not 10, and he will see the bin
I'm not sure if they have another one in the bin already. I think he's back on. I'm only seeing 5 Sri Lankans. I think they might have 5 players as it stands. If so, if this is a clean scrum, we should really be seeing a try from India. Otherwise, that is a squandered opportunity. The ball's there. This should be a try. They've chose to go one way where it's a 1-on-3. They go back the other where they should have numbers. They take the loss in territory to have the advantage in men. However, it's not coming. It's a good pickup. Referee calls knock on and they've squandered the 2-man advantage. Referee called a knock on. Advised by the touch judge. No. Make your own mind up about that one. Sri Lanka putting in on their own 5-metre line. It's clean and they will just pop it out of touch, into touch, and call it a day there. India disappointed not to take advantage of playing only 5 men at the end there. They really should have scored to at least tie this game up. To have gone with that advantage of numbers and go into the break with nothing to show for it, they'll be desperately disappointed. Sri Lanka still will probably start the second half with only 6 players. Kavindu Pereira penalised for not being 10, was given a yellow card after scoring in this game. India to get us underway in this second half. Balmiki plays it, but it's gone nowhere near 10. That'll be a Sri Lanka tap and go in the centre of the park. They'll be looking to make this a 2-score game. You'll see Sri Lanka rarely take a ruck. They will always look to keep that ball alive and they'll always look to avoid contact. And if that means run backwards, they will run backwards. Nice little switches to start it, moving quite laterally. Nice ball over the top, takes the edge. I think he's out of touch. There he is. Good defence by India, ushering them wide, looking to play quick. They do. Referee says play on. Ooh, he's going just to pin the ears back. He's not quite got there. Plays the ball down. Referee says it's knocked forward. Seen that a lot this weekend. Players trying to release the ball, get back to their feet and pick up, but you do run that risk of knocking it on ever so slightly. It'll be a Sri Lanka put-in on their own 10-metre line. Number 7, Sharanga Tenakun, will deputise as scrum half. Plays it right behind the scrum to his first receiver. They play to the edge. They take contact, but the offload's there. Yes, lovely feet. Inside ball. That's a fantastic try. It looks like Himasha once again. Lovely work on the edge, and that is Ramitha Himasha scoring many tries this weekend, and that's some great work on this left wing to extend this lead to what should be 12 points once more. There it is. Lovely work near us in the commentary box by Shinath Surya Bandara, getting all over the place, this man. However, now it looks like his next place will be the bench. He's off. A few fresh legs for Sri Lanka, perhaps saving themselves for this afternoon's final, trying to go 6 from 6 here in Tashkent. That kick looks a little bit long, just bounces. Ref blows it up. Sri Lanka think it touched an Indian hand before bouncing into touch. Referees don't think so. Referees do think so, but denied the opportunity for the quick throw. I think they needed to have a little conversation as to what they saw. Tenakun with ball in hand, he'll throw and loop around. Sri Lanka opting to do a little kind of walk-in line out. Bit more active, bit more deceptive. Lift and no throw. Referee wasn't ready. I think it might have been a substitute on the far side. They play the same move and it's successful. Sri Lanka have ball in hand, moving to the centre of the park now. They switch. Good line, breaks through, and again it's Himasha getting a quick fire brace to really take this out of Indian hands. Number 9, Kavidu Costa, will get the next couple for sure. No bother. 3 minutes remaining, 19-point game. It is pretty much out of Indian hands now. Though India can see what they've done wrong, they'll be playing one another soon enough. Good restart. Oh, excellent take by India, but we are missing it here on screen. I'm seeing it right in front of me. Sorry, you missed an amazing restart there by India. Fantastic take. But eventually they're bundled into touch. Not before Sri Lankan penalty, so India remain with the ball. They quick tap and they go. India looking to cut this lead right down. Good recycling of the ball. 19 is on it. Shukla, he plays it. And he's got it in the corner. Number 9, Akash Balmiki, the kicker. He's in, but he's holding his ankle. There was a bit of contact there. It looked sore. Diving in. It's great work by Shukla. Great hands by Balmiki. And he's in. Despite the work of Himasha to close him down. Might be over after this kick. Not quite. I think we're going to see at least another play here. Referees marched them back to the centre circle and centre spot. Balmiki resigns from kicking duty. Hands it over to number 6, Rawat. Rajan Rawat will make or attempt a contestable kick. It looks pretty good, but well taken. Sri Lanka with their lifters in the right place. Sri Lanka spin it wide. Madhusanka is finally on with his long mullet-style haircut. Bursting through the centre. Sri Lanka go. It's number 5, Dange, and he's going to go all the way. Put an exclamation mark on this Sri Lankan victory. Sri Lanka setting the tone for the final in a few hours this afternoon. We should be ending by a 21-point lead, although Mutunayake sneaking it inside the right upright to get a 3 converted try point lead. That's game. Sri Lanka 33, India 12. So we'll move back to the women's fixtures next. Opening try there from Pereira after some questionable kicking from Kumar Roy. Pereira, however, would see the sin bin later on, but it wouldn't matter as Sri Lanka storm away to a 21-point victory, 33-12. Next up, we have our final round of women's matches. We will be taking a quick break. Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan is the next scheduled match. However, Kyrgyzstan have pulled out of this weekend's tournament following day 1. They did have a rather rough day at the office, as I've said. Not able to get any scores to their name and receiving quite a few. They've experienced a difficult tournament and some injuries as well. That therefore has put them out of action. Uzbekistan will have to wait and will most likely be competing in the 3rd, 4th playoff. Kazakhstan playing Mongolia, and again a wonderful matchup of this same very fixture, but in the women's category. Sri Lanka versus India. Don't go anywhere for these women's games. Mongolia, Kazakhstan to follow. Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan is scheduled next, but will not be taking place. Get a quick bit of food, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. That's what I'm going to do, and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. Just if you're joining us now, we're going to take a quick little break. Kyrgyzstan versus Uzbekistan was the next scheduled match. However, Kyrgyzstan have had to pull out due to too many injuries, not being able to field a squad. So our next match will be Mongolia, Kazakhstan, but it will be in about 10-15 minutes. We're going to keep to our normal schedule to allow for fair and even breaks between games for our teams. And also they need it in this 35-degree heat in Tashkent. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes for this screen on your match. Match 29, our penultimate group stage match, Mongolia versus Kazakhstan, followed by another cracker, India versus Sri Lanka, to conclude our women's and all fixtures. Be back in 10 minutes. See you then. We are back in action. We took a little bit of a break because Kyrgyzstan have pulled out, but we're keeping to the schedule, so we had about a 20-minute break there. Here we have Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. See, the stream numbers have got a bit lower. Encourage your friends and family to get back online. We have a good game here before a blockbuster of the women's game. We have Sri Lanka, India to follow. First off, Kazakhstan want to keep a almost perfect record going. They lost once to Sri Lanka in their opening game. Since then, they've been pretty dominant, winning all their other games. They are 3-1 up against the struggling Mongolians, who only have one win to their name against Kyrgyzstan yesterday. Mongolia almost got themselves a try at the end of their last outing, however just dropped it on the try line after some really hard work. That was against India. They lost about 33-0, but it really should have been 33-5 or 7. Kazakhstan will get us started, overloading on the left-hand side. Doesn't look like Mongolia are too responsive to that, and they might try and get this retake and ship it out left. Well, they'll have a numbers advantage. We'll see how this kick goes from number 13. Let me get my team sheet out. Second last game here. We have this game followed by India, Sri Lanka in the women's. Then we're going to take an hour-long break before our finals. Kazakhstan instantly starting off with the ball, but a slight knock-on at the base of the ruck turns it over to Uzbekistan. Good push by Kazakhstan, but the referee's going to call for a retake, or a penalty in fact. Mongolia tap and go quickly, they spin it left. They find the edge and tip it back inside. Held up by Kazakhstan, they're still fighting, got to go work the ground, it's done. Amarsana deputising the scrum half. Good overload on the left hand side, they can make most of it. They cannot, referee's going to call knock on. Just into Kazakh territory, they give the ball over. Kazakhstan put in about a minute played here in the first half of our penultimate round robin game. Lolita Buteris with the put in. Mongolians men's squad had a really strong push, disrupting most other teams. So do the women's. Buteris goes blind. Does she have the legs to get around? She does not. She's just about dragged down. Offload first before hitting the ground. Good, quick hands. Open up wide. Could have attacked the space, but they take the pass instead. They've still got numbers advantage. 7 drives. That's Natalia Berezhnaya. She offloads in contact to Victoria Kuznetsova. Back inside. They're keeping this ball alive. Berezhnaya slings it to the centre. Buteris on ball, skips past one, looks for the offload. She just about finds it. Referee's going to call knock on. Just as Kazakhstan were entering the Mongolian 22, they have a slight mistake. Buteris can't find her partner and it falls to the ground. Still 0-0 here. We have Batjargal with the scrum cap about to put it into the scrum. Advantage, Buteris offside at the set piece. High tackle as well, by the looks of it, might be a new advantage. Mongolia playing some really nice rugby here. Wrapped up by Berezhnaya around the 40-metre line. Advantage now gone as they've driven it about 20 metres from the line. I think it's a new advantage for offside. Batjargal plays it from the base of the ruck. One pass contact, strip comes, no advantage. Penalty, tap and go here from number 5, Bayat Shokt. She advances towards the halfway line. Bit of a high seatbelt tackle, nothing given, as we're on the cusp of the halfway line. Referee has blown his whistle, holding on. Good jackal there from number 2, Diana Dastan Kizli. Lolita Bateris with ball in hand. She puts it to the deck to safely tap and go. She goes left. They have a 3-on-3 here. Berezhnaya steps and goes. She's powering through. It's not Berezhnaya, it's actually Victoria Kuznetsova, and she will go under the sticks to open the scoring here. 5-0 Kazakhstan. Good bit of footwork and a good drive there from Victoria Kuznetsova. She's awfully tired after that 50-metre dash. Kick is good from Lolita Bateris. 7 points up are Kazakhstan. They will return this to Mongolia. It wasn't Lolita Bateris, in fact, it was. What number are you? 5. Is it 5? I need my glasses. Still can't quite tell. We've restarted here again. We're watching replays, but Mongolia have recovered well. It's hard to read these numbers on the Kazakh strips. The white numbering on the light blue and yellow shirts. It wasn't Buteris with the conversion attempt, but that is number 2, Banzai, a powerful player. She played very well in their loss to India. Takes it to the halfway line and wins an advantage. Kazakhstan often offside here. I think that's what the ref is blowing for. Multiple occasions. Kazakhstan have got to be careful here. I think it was number 6 with the conversion. That is Amina Sharip. She converted the try from Victoria Kuznetsova. Mongolia just passing before contact. Spinning it now to the centre. Grappling tackles, finally finds the floor. Play on, says the referee. They've got it round the corner. Do they have the legs? I think they might. Kazakhstan have conceded here. Very careful with that touchline. She's got it. Fantastic try around the edge by Rakcha Bazar. Number 7 from Mongolia. They are fighting here to cause quite the upset. Kazakhstan should be in the final, but a loss here could really disrupt things. To convert will be number 4, Bachimeg Bachargal. Referee's blown her whistle. I think she took too long. She was adjusting something and has flaunted an opportunity for 7 and an equal scoring. 13 from Kazakhstan, getting burned on the outside. Tatiana Semenova too slow to keep up with Ragcha Bazar. Good speed on the edge by number 7. Semenova will be disappointed not to keep up with her. Although Kazakhstan instantly replying, number 2 with a show and go. That is Diana Dastan-Kuzi. She's going to go straight for a 70-metre 7-pointer from kickoff. One little dummy and she's gone the length. She hands it off to Amina Sharip and she will add the extra 2, surely. No problems there, and instantly Kazakhstan extend their lead. Half time here, 14-5. A little bit shaky there from Kazakhstan, but they conclude well, adding another 7 points. Dastan Kuzi with the coast-to-coast try to reply the Mongolians' opener. To the Mongolians opener. As I say, this is our penultimate match of our round robin tournament. Following this, we'll have a cracker in Sri Lanka versus India. Sri Lanka remain undefeated in both the men's and the women's game. India, however, disappointingly lost their first 2 games against a strong Kazakh and Uzbek sides. Great try to open the game here by Victoria Kuznetsova. Strong handoff and even stronger legs to just keep driving through, and under the post she went. Just sitting down number 5, I think it was, Bayard Sogt. Grimacing on her face as she races through this 35-degree heat into the end zone. Semenova burned on the outside here by 7. Mongolia, Olonku. Pardon me, I think at the time I said it was Rakcha Bazar. It was not. In fact, it was Olonku. But swiftly, Amina Sharip replied. Was that number 2? I don't think that is Amina Sharip. I think that's... sorry, it was Diana Dastankuzi. I said that in the main broadcast. Anyway, Bachargal from Mongolia gets us back underway. It's fielded well by Lolita Bateris in the centre of the park. She fakes left, fakes right, and down the centre she goes. She's still going. She gets it away to, I think, one of the Kuznetsovas who's driving away. It's not. It's a Berezhnaya. And Berezhnaya, Natalia, will go under the sticks to add another try and more or less secure this win for Kazakhstan. Great work by Lolita Bateris to scamper in between the central Mongolian defence and find space for her partner Berezhnaya out wide on the right. Easy chip over the posts to conclude, and it's 21-5. Restart knocked back by Mongolia, then they retain the ball. Bachargal drives centrally, draws in some players. Big looping skip pass to the wide winger. Offside advantage, some disciplinary issues again from Kazakhstan. I think the referee will come back after this tackle for loss for this advantage. He'll let them play a little bit more. Nice little skip, but we'll blow there and bring it back for the penalty. Penalty marked at the 10-metre line of their own half. Mongolia tap and go. Nice quick pass to Banzai, who's quickly chopped down and presents well enough that Bartsak can get a hold of it. She finds her winger and try scorer Ulunku. Ball's there, nobody's... referee does blow his whistle. I felt like for a second people were sleeping. Don't think it was releasing on the deck there. Successful jackal, I believe, from Kazakhstan. Buteres gets us underway with a low pass to Dastan Kuzu. She picks up well off her toes and the Kazakhs spin it out wide, but then they fail the switch and I think the Mongolians have got on top of it. Referee blows his whistle for not releasing or not rolling. Tap and go. The Mongolians up the centre. Almost at the 22. Big hit coming. Shot on her. Rib tickler there. It was a solid shot, I think, from Berezhnaya, Natalia. But advantage not coming. I think another offside, but yet not a card to be seen. Kazakhs disrupting in defence. Banzai comes flying in for the loose ball. Referee says play on. It's a 1v1 on the edge. Ulunku draws in 2 and gets some extra yards to go. Small pass to Banzai, the powerful, short, scrum-capped player. She forces that presentation back and they've still got it. Penalty coming. Take a few steps back and they tap and go. Mongolia still in this game. They are at 3 scores behind. Straight off her feet, not called. It's open. It's a porous Kazakh defence, allows Bayatchok to scurry around and get it under the posts for what should be a 7-pointer. If Mongolia hurry up here, they still have time, although there seems to be a lack of urgency. The last kick, they ran out of time. Posted in! It's a fantastic little chip and 2 points to Mongolia. Well done to Bayatchok, just moving the ball laterally, faking it. And I think it was Amina Sharif, just didn't know where to go, caught in no man's land. Bayatchok just circling the ruck and kept circling all the way around under the posts. Restart goes, and the Kazakhs have fielded well. Good little offload on the edge. We're looking at Milana, no. I think it's Angelina Kuznetsova has broken free and dots down to once again reply to a Mongolian try with an almost instant Kazakh try of their own. Great try, burning away was Angelina Kuznetsova. Almost in arm's reach of number 4, Bachargal, but she could not quite get the speedster on the edge. Good contestable kick, great take from Kazakhstan. She's going to go all the way. To the edge she goes, inside pop to Grishina. Grishina's got the power and she cannot be stopped. That's a fantastic try from Kazakhstan to instantly add, and they want more. Grishina is running back. I think she's just come on with an instant impact with the support of, I believe, Tatiana Semenova gathering that restart perfectly, powering to the outside and offloading into Grishina. Time's off as we see some substitutes quickly, or an extra ball on the pitch, I think. Still not quite off. There we are. Ref says time on, and the ball is hoisted well into the sky. They didn't want it. I think that's a knock-on advantage. It is. Amar Sana couldn't quite get under it. And Lolita Buteris snaps that ball up to play a quick set piece here. Kazakhstan looking to extend their lead even further. Ball's there. Buteris scurries to the right. She pops. Again, it's gone over the top. She regathers her own pass. She's still going, Lolita Buteris. She finds an inside pop, and it's a lovely, lovely line by Oksana Shadrina. And she gets herself under the post to add another 5-pointer with number 3, Diana Kazibekova, surely adding the extra 2. I didn't quite see on the screen here. That's a full-time whistle, 36 or 38-12. Kazakhstan will probably be disappointed by letting up a couple tries there, although they did rack up a decent score of their own. Don't go anywhere. Our final group stage match is Sri Lanka versus India in the women's. Sri Lanka undefeated, and India looking to finally get a positive record after losing their first 2 games, winning their third and fourth. Right now 2-2, but they're up against the undefeated Sri Lankans. They'll be kicking off in 5 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Okay, here we go for the final group stage match. We have Sri Lanka versus India. Two strong teams. India looking for a bit of an upset and looking to get themselves into the third, fourth playoff. I think they're more or less there. I think they are there, to be honest. I need to double check the table, but Sri Lanka will want nothing less than a perfect record. 4 wins so far. Large point difference as the Sri Lankans take a knee. The Indians grab a comrade in arms. Here we go. About to get underway this final match of the group stage. We will be taking about an hour-long break after this, then beginning our playoff matches. We'll have a men's 5th, 6th playoff, not a women's, because the Kyrgyz women's team sorry, a bit of technical difficulty here, trying to sort something out. I think everything's good. Stream, I hope, is up and running just as India get us up and running here. Bit of a miscommunication to start the game. Local referee Vladimir instantly puts his arm out. Sri Lanka got to be disappointed with that for a beginning. Scrum down, India halfway into the Sri Lankan half. Big push coming from both sides. So much for waiting for the ball by the looks of it. Offside advantage. India looking to take the lead straight away. Mahak, I think that is pinning her ears back to the corner and beats the speedster in Indisha Pereira. And that is a try to take India into the lead instantly here at the Sports Complex of the Ministry of Defence of Uzbekistan. Fantastic start from the Indians. A bit of a shock there. Sri Lanka, miscommunication, giving the ball away, straight away. Can't even take the restart. And here, I think it's Orion, number 4. Or is it number 9? It might be number 9, hands that. But Mahak with the speed to the corner. No catching her this weekend. If you give her the space, she will take it. Restart from Hansda after a missed drop goal conversion attempt. It's a decent restart. This time, again, Sri Lanka can't get a grip. And luckily, it goes backwards this time into a third teammate's hands. Sri Lanka really got to clean this stuff up, the basics of a kickoff. India go for the intercept, but they do so to leave Idusha Pereira open, and there's no catching her once you let her get going. That will be probably a lead-taking try, as that is right under the posts for a nice easy conversion. Idusha Pereira once again blistering away to take the lead. I think India just got to be more disciplined there, going for the headline making intercept, jumping out of line and leaving quite the gap for Idusha Pereira to just blitz on through, as she's done all weekend. Sri Lanka take the 2-point lead and will restart by probably hoisting a contestable ball here by Rasan Jali. She's got a very good boot on her. I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's all good. Goes a bit deeper, just about taken. Flat ball into the centre to Chanel Grizzle. Sorry. She does fumble it in contact, and Rasan Jali scoops it away into the Indian 22. Hands are on the ball, but it's there for them.
They have a 2-on-1, but she's eating up all the space, just bringing the defender with her. And Idusha Pereira can do it alone. Number 11, Athira KP, ate up all of Pereira's space by just moving laterally, not fixing the defender, but even once she did give it to Pereira, Pereira can make a try out of nothing, as she's just done once again. Athira KP with the assist. So just having some technical discussions back here, but India securing the ball and getting an advantage almost at the halfway line. They are now spinning it right. Chanel Crizzle, nice over the top, backdoor offload. Takes Pereira to the edge. Not many people can do that. Pereira ushers the Indians into touch. Rasanjali takes the quick line out. But referee Vladimir has already set the channel for an Sri Lankan throw. My apologies, Rasanjali will do so. It's contested. It's knocked on in the line out there. India have got the ball. Well spun away out of contact. Number 6 there, Arayan, Suman Arayan. India looking for space out left. Here we have Mahak, the speedster, up against Idusha Pereira. Forcing the offload? No, she'll take the ruck. Hansta takes contact, fights to the ground well. Rasanjali can't keep her up. Crizzle comes crashing in. And player advantage on the edge, and they've got the try. Number 6, Suman Orayan dives in. A little bit wide. It's going to be a difficult kick for Hansda to tie this game up. Suman Orayan just getting some medical attention after diving in for that try. Or perhaps just cooling attention. It is 35 degrees here in Tashkent. Hansda, big kick here. Think the halftime whistle will blow after this attempt. They'll want to go in. Referee is signalling they've spent too long. Perhaps they thought Suman Orayan's injury would have stopped the clock, but no. Wasted opportunity there by Hansda. A couple teams now are taking too long to get the conversions down. Losing perhaps a crucial 2 points. We're here at the break. India are down by 2 points against Sri Lanka, the undefeated Sri Lanka, that is. I think I might have misspoken earlier saying Sri Lanka have a perfect record. They don't, in fact. Their last game was out against Uzbekistan, which they drew 12-all. They are undefeated, but 3 wins, 1 draw, no losses. Not quite the same. So instead of 12 points, they are currently on 11 points because we are using a 3 points for a win,
2 points for a draw, 1 point for a loss system. Good late but perfectly timed pass really from number 1 Arati Murumu for the assist there on Suman Ryan. Failed opportunity at 12 though. They have to settle for 10 points and a deficit of 2. It's awfully hot there. You see a lot of players getting ice on their necks, ice on their face. It's 35 degrees here in Tashkent and the sun is pretty unrelenting. It's starting to poke out of the clouds that are sparsely spread across the sky. A reminder, this is our final game before we take a little break here in Tashkent. We will have about an hour-long break before our 5th, 6th playoff, our 3rd, 4th playoff and finals. About an hour we will rest. You can watch some highlights. We'll probably leave some fixture list timings up on screen. But don't go anywhere now. We've got another 7 minutes of fantastic women's rugby to conclude our group stages. This is the 30th and final match of our men and women's round robin. Rasanjali gets us underway. It's fumbled by the Indians just as the game started with a Sri Lankan fumble. The Indians start the second half with a fumble off the restart of their own. Rasanjali collects the ball and she'll put in this scrum just inside Indian territory. Rasanjali sees something she doesn't like, so does the referee, asks for a quick reset. Here we go. No time wasted. Early push, yeah, I thought so, from Sri Lanka. Rasanjali thinks it's hers, it's not. Early or uneven push there from Sri Lanka. Hansda taps and goes just outside her own 22. Back to the 20 it goes. Crashing goes Crizzle once more. Good offload, drawing in 3. They have numbers on the right if they can use it. But again, some basic handling errors. I'm sure it went forward. Referee says no and they're away. 7 goes flying down and that's Piploda to take the lead. 15-12. First time this game India have taken the lead. No, that's a lie actually. They started off this game with the lead. Mahak, number 2, the speedster, opened up the scoring to give India the lead. But here they return to put Sri Lanka in an awkward position. Their first loss as it stands. Although Sri Lanka's position in the final is all but confirmed, I believe. Actually, I'm not sure. I have to have a little look at the table as it stands. We'll have that with you before we go. We'll confirm the playoff fixtures at the end of this game before we take a 40-minute to hour-long break. Well defended by Chanel Crizzle. Wrestling down the attacker on the 22 metre line. Good defence again. Number 2 Mahak with a solid chop. Ball's loose. Ball is even looser now. Sri Lankan scrambling back into their own half. She might have been held. Referee says no. Works her way back to her feet and is hoisted up and down. Rasanjali slings it back to her 5 metre line. They play left. Pereira is wrapped up inside the 5. This is excellent defence from India, the best I've seen so far. Can they keep them here? They can. Just about, maybe not. Breaking away, the Sri Lankans go. And she's going even further. Number 9 is breaking and going and going. Krishna Kumari, she might go all the way from end zone to end zone. She's gone. Some excellent Indian defence, just completely unlocked by Krishna Kumari. She waits and waits and no Indians seem to want to pressure her until finally Hansda comes to force her to put it down. That ties it up as it stands, but a gimme of a drop kick as Wijethi Laka comes in to pop it over. A vital 2 points could be the difference here. Straight down the middle it goes and 19-17 is the score.
Krishna Kumari from her own try line to the next. 100 metres. No one stopping it. Was really good Indian defence up until that moment. They pushed them back from the 22 onto the try line, but Krishna Kumari gets away. India looking, assessing options. To the boot they go. Quite a rare circumstance. Ooh, I thought she was going to get a boot ahead. Knock on advantage given. India recover. Into the Sri Lankan half they go. This is one of the closest games we've seen all weekend. Fakes it, draws the dog leg out of the Sri Lankan defence, and again a drop ball. India doing the basics not quite perfectly. Referees want to have a little conversation about something here. Referees from across Asia here. Lawrence from the UAE on the touchline and Vladimir from Tashkent. Knock on from India, the result of their quick discussion. Sri Lanka Putin it will be. They hand it over to number 12, Disanayaka. Wijethi Laka, the hooker, who also can kick pretty well. Low, powerful scrums from both of these sides. No early push this time. They spin it out. Tight lines from Sri Lanka, held up well by the Indians. Slow ball coming. Good hands. A little bit too far behind. They pick up well and they go again. Good feet in the centre by the Sri Lankans. Great hands picking it up off of her shoelaces. Good option with a skip pass. Sri Lanka recycling well. They have space in the middle if they can find it. They take contact instead. Wijethi Laka gets the offload. They have it. Number 12 on the edge, Disanayaka. Gives a bit of a hostile pass to number 3. She carries hard. Disanayaka has ball again. Into the Indian half they go. Referee calls offside. Penalty to Sri Lanka. Scrum called. Perhaps trying to kill a bit of time here. Referee informs how long is left. I can only assume a minute or two. Referee's just checking something that's out of view for me. I cannot quite see the left-hand side of the pitch. Keeping all of our electrical equipment cool in this heat. We have a curtain and fan up and it's blocking the left side of the pitch for myself. So if any action happens there, I see what you see. Sri Lanka put in at this scrum just inside enemy territory. Trying to go for speed on the edge. The Indians won't allow that. Number 5 does well to pull her down. That's Anshika. Not releasing. Great defense by India. They're marched back 10 for perhaps accidentally kicking the ball, but kicking the ball nonetheless. Rima Orion is now on the park. They call a scrum. Again, just inside enemy territory, but this time Sri Lankan. Indian put in off of their own penalty. Choose not to go for a touch or the tap and go. Instead, a scrum. It's killing and eating into time a little bit. I assume the referee has called time. Rima Orion to put the ball in. Clean, and I think it's going to call an offside advantage. He does. Free ball here for India.
Hansa drives and draws and passes Mahak, the speedster, into the corner. She goes. Sri Lanka staring their first loss of the weekend in the face as Mahak goes over to take the lead. India jumping ahead, advantage being played. They go for it and they get it. May well have been the last play of the game. This could be quite the upset. And as far as implications go for this tournament, I'll have that finalised for you in a second. India have done it. They have upset the undefeated Sri Lankans. The first loss for a Sri Lankan team, both male and female. The Indians are loving life right now. They may have lost their first two games against Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. That was quite a surprise for us here. However, I think they are going back to the level we expected of them here on the Sunday with a victory over the strong Sri Lankan side, 24-19. Well done, India. As far as what that means for our table, I will get back to you in just a second. Watch some highlights of this fantastic showdown of South Asian rugby here in Tashkent. Okay, so we have confirmed playoff rounds. This afternoon will be Kyrgyzstan versus Mongolia in both the 5th and 6th playoff. However, the women's game will not be going ahead due to Kyrgyzstan pulling out. We'll have the graphics up in a minute, so I will just tell you if you're still hanging about. We're going to take about an hour-long break. As I said, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia in both the men's and women's 5th, 6th playoff. That will only be played by the men, however. The women's game will not go ahead. Third place playoffs we have in the men's Pakistan versus the home country of Uzbekistan, and in the women's we have India versus Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan just losing out on points difference to Sri Lanka. Tough break for them, no shot at the title. That leaves us in the cup matches. Men's India versus Sri Lanka, and in the women's Sri Lanka versus Kazakhstan. That will be on your screen for the next hour or so as we take a little break here in Tashkent before our very exciting placing matches, including 2 cup finals. See you soon.